Good morning, Council and general public. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Special Operations Committee, Wednesday, April 29, 2026 at 09:30 a.m. We gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we're meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Omawinini Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Omawinini people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Ev, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you, and we recognize Councillor Schulis on the big screen. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we have one delegation and presentation. Taylor Hanrath, Manager of Capital Works Transportation Master Plan, will review the presentation on the Transportation Master Plan. Just to give you the heads up, we're going to have a slide presentation to which you can do your comments, recommendations, and at the end of the day, we'll have a recommendation for your choice. Bit of a change of pace, but we're going to have a lot of discussion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee, thank you for the opportunity to come and discuss the Transportation Master Plan with you today. The workshop and this presentation are born from the TMP document itself. Each slide is meant to promote discussion on specific items, and the slides are itemized, but the hope is that they guide the discussion rather than dictate a result. The recommendation at the end does not have specific financial ties to it, though the discussions that guide the recommendation at the end would have financial implications in the future. The discussions from each slide should culminate in us finalizing that recommendation with a direction to staff for guide going forward. So on the slide now is the recommendations from the Transportation Master Plan, a listing summarizing all of the recommendations that were within the document. So the hope is by the end of the workshop, we will have at least touched on each recommendation and had some sort of decision whether we move forward with some sort of policy change or update, or if we stroke out the recommendation and don't proceed with it. So as stated, the goal today is to have an approved guideline for transportation infrastructure through direction of staff to draft updated and new policies for implementation after council approval. There's a listing there of all the discussion items for today, and we will go one by one, as I stated, with discussion on each slide. So item number one was road rationalization. Committee and council have seen this previously, and it has been updated based on the input that was received at the time. We have not yet completed updates to policy PW19. However, the rationalization criteria that's shown on the screen now could be incorporated into that policy. Is there any discussion, questions on road rationalization?
Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Hanrath. I do agree with the road rationalization. I think it's important going forward that there is a criteria to determine which roads stay with the county or the municipality. And also when it comes to bridges, I think it's very important that we have a rationalization that we can follow so that when challenges like we experienced at our last county council with Burn Bridge arise, that there's a set of criteria that's utilized across the county so that there's the appearance of fairness when it comes to making decisions on those types of structures. So I'm in favor of going forward with our rationalization. that incorporates that level of fairness.
Any other questions for Taylor? Councillor Service?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a question about the road rationalization and the heavy industry service where you're counting specifically the trucks. If we go back to the recommendation summary, the number 6 was refined traffic counts to show vehicle types. Do our vehicle counts, do they already recognize vehicle types, or is this needed to be passed in order to do that road rationalization?
If I may, through you, Chair, our current counts do recognize vehicle types.
Councillor Limon, please.
Thank you. And I'm wondering about number 2, institutional connectivity, because I think this is the only way it'll fit in is First Nations communities, and or you know, with if the treaty dispute is ever settled, there may be more communities, but we do have one, and I believe it's serviced by a county road at this point. So you may want to consider that. Thank you.
Councillor Weir?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just going back to the heavy industry service, the counts that we have are greater than 750 trucks per day, and then the lower part is 100 to 249 trucks. For our rural areas, we're never going to meet any of those, but we do have huge logging trucks that go through. So it's not just the count. I think we need to look at. I think we need to look at the type, because if we're having dual axle or two trailers of logging trucks going through with heavy weight, it's doing a lot more damage than just, I assume, than just one other truck, but I don't know. But the numbers seem very high to me. I think we need to take a look at that numbers. Anyways, thank you.
Councillor Mayville?
Thank you, Chair. Number 6 and number 7, will we have an opportunity to discuss at some point during the day in regards to the minimums for both volume and speed? Or is this the time to do this now? Pardon? This is the time? So when we have 1,000 vehicles, does that relate to who determines 60, 70, or 80? Is there a magic formula?
If I may, through you, Chair, so that would be the current posted speed on the existing road, whether it's posted at 60, 70, or 80. If it was an existing county road and there was a request for reviewing the warrants for the posted speed, we would review it as per the OTM and TAC guidelines and make that adjustment if needed.
If I may, a follow-up?
Go ahead.
So if, take for example, if you're just a shade under the 1,000 vehicles and the speed is at 80 right now, what is to push that? What's to push the needle to lower the speed? Is there an actual format that we request? You know, that type. I know there's policies, et cetera, but how do we actually alter those policies? Or do we have a chance to alter them?
Through you, Chair, so there is opportunity today. At a later slide, we will be discussing a speed limit policy. Current process is there's a TAC guideline for warrants on posted speed limits.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear that.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to, sorry, this is going to be my theme today, as I'm pushing back on affordability as a general point. When I look at road rationalization from a strategic perspective, what we're really trying to determine are which are the roads within the County of Renfrew that need a level of investment because of their use. correct? So we recognize by virtue of these 12 criteria and how they're weighted, that this road identified by this criteria means it needs to be extra thick or needs to have consideration for slopes or intersections or distance between property entrances. We're basically saying we need to manage this road specifically because of its importance. The challenge we have is that the number of roads we have isn't changing. We're all paying for the roads that we have, whether they're lower tier or upper tier. They're already being collected for. Lower tier typically have them at a lower quality because of their use is different. But by moving a road from what I would call a lower use requirement for investment to a higher one, we need to source that money. And whether that's done at the lower tier or the upper tier, it's still the same taxpayer that's going to pay for this investment. So although I like the road rationalization, we just need to acknowledge that just because we can move a road off of the lower tier and onto the upper tier, it doesn't negate that financial investment that's now required. There's no source for it except for the property taxpayer. So we have to look at it strategically. If we need to invest in a road because the rationalization is telling us that it's increased its heavy log vehicles, the only way, the alternative is we do less on another road. So the rationalization in principle has to look at it from that perspective, including that lower and upper tier. So I give you the example. We know that the road rationalization has already identified a number of roads that the county is managing that don't meet this rationalization. Right? Yeah. But nobody wants to take them to the lower tier. And I'll be the first one to say, I don't want it lower tier. But we can't afford to invest in them like they're county roads anymore. Because there's other roads whose use is increasing and need that investment. So if we're not prepared as a county council to start downloading these roads, we need to acknowledge, by virtue of this road rationalization we put on, that this one is going to get less of a value. So if we're accepting a PCI of 62 because of this road rationalization, great. But if it doesn't meet that road rationalization and the county still manages it, it should have a PCI of 40, because that's what would have in Whitewater. And the money that we save on that less important road gets invested in the more important road. So I have two other points, but I'll put it back to you, Chair, for just comments from staff. But that's the principle, the road, like the greater principle that I want to put on the table at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I think at the end of the day, you'll have your answers.
But sorry, Chair, is there any comment from staff on that?
Yes, Taylor?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So this would link up with our PW01 road classification and design, where we would have a lesser design standard for roads that don't meet certain criteria. Currently, our road classification and design is if a road is less than 1,000 vehicles a day, has less asphalt, and things like that. However, if we wanted to make adjustments within that had different criteria, whether it no longer meets road rationalization as a county road, well then it's built to a narrower standard or anything like that as well. So those adjustments can be made within that policy.
Can I get a supplemental, please, Chair?
Yes.
Good. I love the approach. Good. But let's maximize the budget. The road budget is $10 million. Rationalize the $10 million across the two different categories of roads. We don't increase the budget just because the road has necessarily increased in use. That's the pushback, I would say. Force the financial rationalization before we come back and put additional money into a road that meets a higher rationalization.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair. So transferring or downloading a road to a local It's one taxpayer. You're just moving you're moving the problem from one to another. And it doesn't do anybody any good, in my opinion. However, much like, and I said this, I think, 3 times this morning prior to this meeting, much like our asset management plan, this is a plan. It is a living document. It is not set in stone. And I think that reading over it, actually, you know what? I'm going to leave my comments because I'm not sure how this helps us. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I skipped ahead a little bit to the road classification and design just to highlight this a little bit. So roads with less ADT have a lesser classification for our designs. That means less asphalt's going on them. There isn't a focus on a wider road base and things like that. So they are designed to a lesser standard, requiring lesser funds. They also receive less priority because they don't deteriorate as fast as some of the higher volume roads or growing roads. So in that way, it is somewhat linked to rationalization in that the lower classification of roads don't see the same investment, as you put it, as the higher classification of roads.
Councillor Limon?
Thank you. And I look at 9 and 10, and I think, you know, speaking not for my friends in Horton, but about my friends in Horton, Limekiln Road, as soon as that interchange is completed, Loch Winnow, and that area, Limekiln Road is going to become a significant roadway, and it's likely that the intersectional change, so there won't be a corner, it'll be Limekiln will go straight. And so how do we prepare for something like that? We know it's going to happen. Horton's going to bear the burden of that road, which has needed to be upgraded and turned over, you know, for probably the last 20 years. So is there a means of doing something like that? And are we going to be proactive in outlining that to local municipalities, saying, look, this is going to be in effect in 10 years for you. How are you preparing for it? And how can we assist in that? Because it's going to take significant investment, likely from another level of government, for them to be able to put that road together. So, you know, is there that predictive function to this plan, which then involves local municipalities? Is there a spot where the bell rings and we send them a note saying, hey, we really need to talk to you about this?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor from town of Renfrew. That can be baked into the policy updates. So that can be a projection. We expect that in 2032 or 10 years out, that traffic volumes are going to expand to this value. We expect that truck volumes will expand to this value. And then you have that projection and that outlook within the policy itself so that both the county and the local municipality are aware and can begin preparing for that as well.
Thank you.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who this question would be for, but this morning and yesterday there were ads on the news about basically taking a road, grinding it up and putting it back down. So to my colleague from Whitewater's point about budgeting, number one, do you think that this will help our budgets? Will it speed up timelines? Is it something that's feasible, or is this just another crazy idea from the government to make us all nuts thinking that this is going to be a great thing? Just when we're talking about PCI, with this, all of a sudden we can grind up a road and put it back down and the PCI magically becomes 70.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So the process you're discussing is hot in place recycling. It's where they basically pick up the millings, chew them up, apply a binder and lay them back down as road base. What's missing from that video is the fact that they have to cap that surface as well. So you're still putting another layer of new asphalt over top of it to make sure that it's sealed and not water penetrable. We do keep an eye on improvements such as that or similar alternatives to it. We've explored it in the past. Unfortunately for us, the cost is quite high unless we were to do a substantial amount of road in a single passing, and we still have to cap it on top of that as well.
I knew there was something missing in that commercial.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Quite an illuminating conversation. I think a couple of points, and maybe it was just how I inferred it, but there was a discussion that seems to be suggesting like we're deciding whether a road's going to be upper tier or lower tier. No, that's what the data is going to tell us ultimately. I do agree the root word of rationalization is rational. That it makes sense. I think that we could substitute the word intuitive, not just for the people, excuse me, in this room, but the people that are watching, the ratepayers and residents of the broader county of Renfrew can understand a transparency of why we're doing a thing. And I recognize certainly, as Councillor Nicholson has said, ultimately the same ratepayer is reaching into their pocket, whether the levy is coming to the county or whether it is coming to Whitewater, AB, McNabb, Braeside, doesn't matter. But it makes sense. That's what the rationalization is meant to do, that we can understand why we're doing that. I think that even Councillor Bro's comments at the outset certainly are speaking of that very same thing. We need to understand why we're doing things. And as I have often said in this room, hen lays fat part of the egg first. Do the hard business up front of how we're going to do a thing. And then when we are confronted with the thing, we already have the plan in place. That's what the rationalization is. The costing, and keep in mind, keep my powder dry, at some point we're going to start talking about expansion. We're still talking simply about the existing capital items. And in this instance, it's essentially linear that we're talking about. This is road rationalization, so it's not even the housing that we have in Public Works. It is simply our linear assets. These are in place right now, and the only alternative is to shut them down rather than keep them up. So I agree that there is only the one taxpayer, but it makes sense that depending on the utilization of the roads, even when Councillor Weir had talked about the trucks, if there's a sawmill, then those log trucks, you're going to see a lot more of them. But if there's a bush getting cut out, they're going to be a temporary thing. If there's a gravel pit along the road, you're likely going to see a lot of vehicles there. Just out here in Laurentian Valley is the MDF facility. That itself is driving trucks. All of this is rational. It makes sense to me. It is intuitive. I can understand why we are doing a thing. The funding is ultimately a different question, and ultimately where I am at, and I said this, I think, at the last time we were discussing this, is I have become weary of hearing in January at Budget Workshop how challenged the budget is making it for us. And it's the reverse. We are challenging the budget. While I know they are not directly related, it is not one for one. It nonetheless is a pretty elegant diagram of the funding challenge we have. So we substantially augmented our active transportation. It was certainly ad hoc, and I'm not in favor of anything that's ad hoc, but it was in ad hoc up until whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago. So we substantially augmented our active transportation. Then we had a funding challenge, so what do? We're going to lower our level of service. So we're going to make the roads a little bit wider, but they're going to deteriorate more before we repair them. Those are trade-offs. We have done them, and it's rational that we've done them. But we have to be careful about what we're doing of putting things on the card, and the bill comes due when we do the budget, and then all of a sudden, that becomes a challenge for us. So there is a rationality here. I am in the same place, I think. I have a couple of points specific to items within the road rationalization. Ultimately, the perspective that I'm bringing today is, let's be real on how we're funding these, and in particular for me is not so much in situ linear assets, it is the expansionary ones. So when Councillor Emo is talking about Lime Kiln Road, that's going to get to a place where it's at one point in the jury's out on that. I'll start the pool on how long before the 4 lanes actually get there. But ultimately, at some point, some defined point or undefined point in the future,
it is going to challenge Limekiln Road. Limekiln Road is in all likelihood going to become a county road. We're already going to have the map of why that's going to be and why it is servicing the greater good, if you will, and why it is benefiting all of the ratepayers of our community and not a local community. Ultimately, that is the driving principle for me, but I truly do appreciate this entire process because this is the fat part of the egg breaching, and hopefully by the end of the day we have it out.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. I'm just going to add a little bit of comment to Councillor Donohue's points. I too am very cognizant of the impact that the growth in our communities is going to have, right, on our assets, but in how we invest in those assets. And that is that is in the front of my mind. But even so, the assets that we currently have, I believe we need to ensure that we're trying to make sure that we keep that dollar value as low as possible. There is room for us to be able to prioritize the funds that we have. And in this situation, you know, Taylor's presented it, there will be 2 different or 3 different degrees of roads, and I think we need to constrain the current spending on our current assets in alignment with this road rationalization. It scores high, we invest in it high. Scores low, we don't download it. We're not even going to fight that fight, but it scores low, it gets invested in low. That's the perspective that I would like to put from a current budget perspective. Good. The second thing I'm just going to add to, and it kind of ties in with Councillor Weir's comments about traffic and long-term economic development. We know the 2 examples I'm seeing right now is the forest industry and potential mining in Magellan. We know these areas are areas that we want to grow. They're huge economic drivers across the region. With those drivers comes increased traffic, not only on our roads, but on MTO roads. And this rationalization takes a snapshot in time. It doesn't recognize the future impact. There's no DC that we can charge on that development to cover this investment, but we need to recognize it. The economic development of the forest industry, sawmills, Roseburg, Magellan, these organizations we need to recognize as a priority to ensure that they can still remain economic drivers in the community. I don't know how we capture that, and I just look for feedback from staff, please.
Taylor?
Chair, can I just make a clarifying point? Because I just want to be clear that we have the rules of the game today outlined, and I just want to be sure that we're okay with where we're going with these things. Because as I understand it right now, PW19 is the road rationalization policy discussed and approved by County Council, right? We have a policy in place. We're discussing it here, which I absolutely love the discussion, but if we're relitigating a policy, are we relitigating that today just by hearing comments, or are we looking to a motion to bring back that road rationalization policy back to be further discussed and refined? And I guess that's where there are several policies already in place today that we have. There are part of forming the transportation master plan, but what I'm hearing thus far is relitigating a policy that's already in place. Now, I understand from my colleagues that there are pieces of these policies that you don't like, but they're passed. So if you don't like them, then put a motion on the table, we'll bring it back and relitigate them and change the numbers as they go. Unless I'm misunderstanding the exercise today, where I thought we would just talk about these items, hear a little bit about their concerns, and perhaps get to a point about bringing these policies back, and then talking about the policies that are currently not enacted that we're looking for direction to go forward to. And unless I'm misunderstanding, I don't know if we outline the rules of the game today to the committee, if there are rules, but at least to have I would love a friendly discussion, just have these in a coffee fireside chat about all these items, but we have to get to a point today as opposed to general conversation. So perhaps if I can ask Taylor just to clarify.
Yes, so all of the discussion today, if we get to the recommendation at the end, and one of the parts of the recommendation is updates to PW19 based on the discussion today, this gives us so far the guideline on what type of updates you want to see in that policy. However, as Craig said, we also have a number of other new policies that we need to discuss as well going forward.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I recognize that. I think it's a worthwhile. I think it's a building part. So if you need a motion now, or if we can just put a placeholder to do an amendment to the final motion of the day, I'd leave that to staff, but I'm prepared to. I'm sorry?
There's no motion.
No. Short answer is no.
At the end.
We're having the recommendation at the end where you'll have an opportunity to do amendments, changes, whatever. We're not going to do it during the document. We're going to do it at the end.
Excellent.
That's where the change was. Just a number of years ago, we had this in place. It worked well. And then we had a bridge that only 4 or 5 trucks went across, but it was a hay bridge. If everybody remembers that one, it didn't meet the criteria, but it came to council and we made it happen. So it's a living document. Things can change. It's not hard and fast, but it gives us the definite guideline where we can go for ammunition. Any other questions on that slide? Moving on.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. This slide is focused on transit within the County of Renfrew. So within the Transportation Master Plan document, there was a number of alternatives that were mentioned, being do nothing, which would rely on the Ontario Northland Service, which is currently active. Alternative 2 is expanding or supplementing the Ontario Northland Service, which would come at a cost and only supports Highway 17 corridor municipalities. Alternative 3A, which is a new regional transit service with a single route, higher relative cost to outcome number 2, or 3B, which is a new regional transit service expanding on the routes within that as well. Or alternative 4 is a new on-demand transit service. All of these and more, I'm sure, will be explored further as part of the Transportation Advisory Committee, which is the committee directed to reviewing transit services such as this and their impact within the County of Renfrew. However, if there are any discussions that we would like to have today, we are open to them.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair. I think what might help that committee as well is knowing how Whitewater, North Elgin, and Wilberforce and our pilot project goes. I think it could be a jump-off point for that committee. So I'm not sure, this might be a little early to be discussing because our pilot, like, literally is going to start, I guess, on Friday, right? May 1st. So perhaps something to put it in the parking lot for the time being, and we can report back on how our 3 cars are going.
Thank you for that, Warden. Comments? Good. Councillor Service?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and perhaps the committee might do I don't know if it's an in-depth study, but a study of what occurred. There was an alternative 3A that was attempted in the area recently with Odyssey, doing a service run from Petawawa, Pembroke to Ottawa, which didn't quite make it, but perhaps a look into that to discover why it didn't work and maybe if something like that could work in the future.
Again, a number of years ago, we had Shark. That was a program that didn't fly. It was too far. Our county is too big to do a run from every town within the county to get to Ottawa. You had to get to Highway 17 to get to it, and Shark didn't make it. Councillor Weir?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just to expand on your comments, we all recognize that, or we should recognize that the transit and the demand for transit is Pembroke, Petawawa, the corridor, and there's some areas such as Greater Madawaska that expands from Matawachin to Griffith, and yeah, we'd really love to have transit there, but we also have to take in consideration what is the cost overall to everybody, and does it make sense to service the areas like that? Yeah, we'd like to have that, but we also have to take a step back and say, where are we going to get the money for that type of system? So people looking at this transit master plan, yes, we're taking in account the more rural areas, but we also have to take a look at our budgets too. So I just wanted to point that out when we're looking at the alternatives here. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Brose?
Thank you, Chair, and I guess just to build on what the warden has said, in this instance, and I think what we've discovered with our pilot project is that it's even more than just transportation. Because we have had discussion with the seniors, the Echo Center in Eganville, and as well as the senior center in the Whitewater region, what we discovered through the manager of those services is that the volunteer drivers that they have for delivering Meals on Wheels, for taking people to appointments, etc., those drivers are now not willing to use their own vehicles because of the cost of fuel. So with us having some options with these electric vehicles that we're using as a pilot project, we're partnering with that center in order to maintain that service for our residents. So it is something that's very, very important, and there's a cost either way. If we don't provide those services and our volunteers aren't willing to provide those services, either that service disappears for our residents or someone else is picking up the cost. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair. If I go off context here, you can rein me in here, but
Done.
It's all good. Okay, I'm ignoring you all, except for the chair. I want to put a financial layer to this. Transit, I think, is absolutely important, and as NA and BV have said, the opportunity we have to trial this locally in our region is opening our eyes to ways it could be delivered. But when this goes and we create the committee to look at this transit, the additional direction that I would like to propose that we give that committee is, first of all, any transit solution has to be full cost recovery. It can be funded through additional gas tax. It could be funded through federal grants. It could be funded through some partnership with a workforce requirement. But it has to be full cost recovery. There are other ways for us to ensure that the most vulnerable people in our community could access a transit service like this through things like our community services organization, our health committee. There are other ways to ensure that the funding is made available to the most vulnerable people. But in principle, transit should be full cost recovery. And I don't think it's worthwhile for this committee to look at these options in any other lens.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on this slide? Seeing none? Sorry, Councillor Emo?
Thanks. I'm sorry, and I would suggest 3A, 3B, and 4, or a separate declarative statement, is to seek partnerships, because you mentioned workforce transportation, but there might be other, Algonquin College might be a partner as well. They may need to have more students moved into the area for whatever reason. So I don't know that, but I think I think we should be looking at partnerships with this as well. If we're going to do something, whether it's on the Highway 60 corridor, or whether it's on 17, or it's on both, or maybe it's none. But I think some kind of a statement that talks about partnerships.
Thank you. Last call. Done. Warden?
Sorry, I'm just going to ask, do you think 6 months would be enough time for ours? So I would say that we'll let you know in about 6 months, just in time for the election. because we do have a really good plan in place, as my colleagues have said, and it is full cost recovery, as my colleague said. But we see the demand, but we don't really know how it's going to roll out because nobody's ever done this. So give us some time and we'll have some stats for you. But I think it's going to work, and I would see this as everybody has said, using partnerships to get people to grocery shop and medical appointments, etc. So we'll have those kinds of stats as well for you.
Thank you for that, Warden. I concur that with your information that you're going to get from this pilot project, you'll find out what the cost is, who's actually using the service, all the good stuff that this committee will take into effect and go from there. It's not going to happen today, 6 months down the road, possibly. But again, this active transportation, the federal government is really beating the drum on this thing. So maybe there'll be more opportunities, but using yours as an example, I think we'll be well ahead of the game. Thank you. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping to soon get on to page number 3. Ultimately, and I will set this aside until at the end, but I'm thinking perhaps something throughout the document when we get to the end, maybe there's a kind of a priority, because it seems like what I'm hearing with respect to transit is kind of similar to County Road 51. We recognize the financial challenges. This is something absolutely that we aspire to, but we recognize the financial challenges. So we are always going to be examining opportunities, but we have to be able to identify the funding opportunities, as the chair is suggesting, that this cannot move forward. We recognize the importance of this, but we recognize the fundamental financial challenge of this, and we have to find where those two can meet so that there is something assigned to this that says these are the conditions upon which this would move. Something on that order.
Thank you. Last call for this slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So this slide is focused on the active transportation strategy. So our current active transportation strategy was last updated in 2017. It's linked to our trail strategy as well as policy PW01, road classification and design. Currently, we have 279 kilometers of recreational trails. 206 kilometers of those are open and bike friendly. We have 816 kilometers of county roads and approximately 184 kilometers of hardened shoulders that are a meter or more. Our current outlook for recreational trails, or our target, is 4 meters wide with a stone dust travel surface. And for paved shoulders, our target is 1 meter on each side of all county roads where platform allows. So our recreational trails that we have in inventory is the Algonquin Trail, which is approximately 215 kilometers. The KMP Recreational Trail, which is just over 22 kilometers. And we're in process of taking on the CN Line Trail, well, that we're hoping to have a name for soon, which is approximately 42 kilometers long. I'll pause there, Chair, to see if there's any questions on
Open for discussion,
the current
please.
active transportation strategy.
Councillor Weir.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification for me. Paved shoulders, the definition of paved shoulders and what are their use, what's the use of them? If you could just fill me in. Oh, sorry, then I'll probably have a supplemental.
So through you, Chair, the next slide actually focuses more so on hardened shoulders. So they are included under Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18, which is for cycling facilities. Hardened shoulders are not defined as bike lanes. There is a separate category for those, but they are included under this Ontario Traffic Manual with cycling facilities as well.
Thank you. I was hoping to get a definition of paved shoulders. I know it tells me the width and everything here, but just what is the purpose of them?
Through you, Chair, so they can have multiple purposes, whether they're supporting active transportation or helping with our maintenance crews so that we don't have edge brake moving into the traveled lane of the roadway as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the record. That's what they're for, and they're not bike lanes, because we get questions about that all the time. So I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me in this morning. Is this where you would like some feedback in terms of strategy going forward with respect to active transportation?
Yes.
So I will throw my comment on widened shoulders. We adopted an amendment to the policy this past term where we have said for every possible county road, we want you to include a hardened shoulder. I think we need to re-examine that. And I think as part of the road rationalization, should there be a category that would indicate that this road needs or would be best benefited by a hardened shoulders from an operation perspective? Or is it part of a cycling network that we want to try to ensure? But 807 kilometers of hardened shoulder is by a default. I don't think that's an area that we can afford to invest in without some kind of rationalization. So I would throw that first on the table. The second thing is just the comment about active transportation within built-up areas on our trails. I am a big proponent of trails. We're working on the CN option. And I know it comes up at some point, but just the build-up or the investment of those trails within settlement areas, I would propose that that build-up, that investment in that trail and how it interacts within the settlement area becomes an investment that is done by the lower tier, not by county. We provide 4 meters wide, stone dusted. Any upgrade to that, the community itself, the lower tier, can decide how and when and where they might want to do that.
Who would like to answer that one?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you. Just to give some history here. So up until 2019, we used to have $270,000 in an account for hardened shoulders. Where that arrived from was the Ottawa Valley Cycling Association had a list of routes that they wanted hardened shoulders on, and we tried to accommodate it. So it was $270,000 in our budget identified for it. So what would happen is we had a policy. We'd come forward and say, we're doing this road and this road and this road, this road this year, and this section of 800 meters is going to get this much widened shoulder. Council would then make a decision to say, no, we want hardened shoulders everywhere. So then we went back to revisit the policy, and we wrote the policy to include the hardened shoulders. So again, the hardened shoulders are, they give us extra width on the road for edge brake and stuff like that, but that's how we arrived at that decision a number of years ago. So this chamber's already decided that the 270,000 was not enough, and you weren't going to stick to the roads that were identified because other communities wanted hardened shoulders for, be it the Round Lake community wanted to be able to walk on the side of the highway, or the Dory Lake people wanted to walk on the side of the highway, which were roads that were never identified as cycling routes, right? So Westmeath, for example, Beachburg was a Voyager cycle route, and as we were progressing along, we were going to add so many hardened shoulders to it every single year. But then we'd come in with we'd have the road budgeted for $1.2 million. We'd come in and someone would want hardened shoulders, and it increased the budget, so then we had to go through that whole rigmarole. So now we include it in our asset management plan. So just to give you the history of where it came from.
Thanks. Councillor Brose?
Thank you, Chair. And I look at the cost here of the, the 1 meter, 1.2, the 31,000, 37,000. Has the staff looked at, because the hardened shoulders also reduce the maintenance for grading, for adding gravel, etc. So there is a cost offset compared to putting the hardened shoulder there as opposed to leaving it as gravel. Have staff looked at how that number might decrease or balance out?
Not in detail at this stage. However, as part of updating the active transportation strategy, we could present those numbers so that committee has a cost-benefit analysis to use on it.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair. I was going down that same road, no pun intended. The edge break, just living on 512 where we have a lot of logging trucks, and I already noticed the difference. There's a safety aspect to giving drivers a little extra give on either side of the road, but I brought this up when we did the policy. One of the challenges is you cannot harden the shoulders of 3 kilometers and then all of a sudden these cyclists or walkers or joggers or whomever are all of a sudden back on gravel. And then they're back on pavement and then they're back on gravel. So I think that there's a safety aspect for our active transportation people and a safety aspect for us as drivers. But also, I agree with James. I would love to know, is there a cost benefit analysis or return on investment of gravel, et cetera? Is it easier on our plow operators? There are a lot of considerations that go far beyond the dollar value of the paved width. But again, living on a county road, it's night and day to have those paved shoulders, just for me as a driver. So I think there's safety for both. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Sorry, I'm just going to harp on the financial piece again. If there's a savings in the operating budget because these things provide savings, I would want to see that money decreased from the operating budget and moved to the capital budget. We can't afford, looking at the increases required for next year, we're going to either have to accept some very significant, or the next council is going to have to be prepared to accept some very significant increases if we don't start to take a look at where we can fund those areas we want to invest in. Otherwise, we're just pushing a huge decision down the road. So anyway, I don't want to debate it, but just recognize if it saves money, good, but that savings has to be recognized on the books.
Thank you for that. Councillor Service?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I would be interested as well in learning what the cost-benefit analysis is of having those extra paved shoulders, but I think the real cost-benefit is the lives that are saved from the cyclists, the pedestrians, and the drivers who, if there are no paved shoulders, have to weave into the other lane to pass these cyclists. Although I don't agree we should put them everywhere, but there are certain roads where they are frequented by cyclists, and I think somehow we need to determine where these routes are, where these roads are, and on the roads that are out in the middle of nowhere where cyclists aren't using them, whether that falls into the road rationalization, I don't know. And I also want to agree with Councillor Nicholson's point about the, I'll call it the frills along the trail. We are fortunate to have the Algonquin Trail. It attracts tourism, economic dollars, and also keeps people off the road and on these trails. We spend a lot of money fixing up these trails and providing this route between all our communities. But if a particular community wants to add paved trails and other paths and all sorts of other things, I think that should be on the local lower tier.
Thank you for that. I concur that the lower tier looks after any additions to the trail in their municipality, 100%. Councillor Donahue?
Thank you for that. And very briefly, that has been my position also. It's almost akin to the urban profile on county roads. The county still does X, but if you want sidewalks and medians, et cetera, that's going to be the local municipality. I think that's the appropriate approach. If there are upgrades within an urban community, that we have a set of standards, that there is the expectation, so that we have similarity right across the county. But that would be at the local municipality. On the other question, and I don't know, I know that there was the discussion about the degradation of the roads from the edges. but I don't know that we ever had a cost-benefit analysis, or what is this going to do to the life cycle cost of that road? Because I'm absolutely on board on the same page as Councillor Nicholson, that I'm more than happy to do every road, every lane, eastbound, westbound, northbound, southbound, if they're revenue neutral. If we actually can see what that dollar value is we're saving. I don't disagree whatsoever with Councillor Service that these are made safer. I'm assuming that if it is a road where cyclists or walkers feel intimidated, they're probably not on that road. And it is a difficult thing to say, but we do as much as we can afford. I would like to have probably 2 more paramedic stations scattered throughout our municipality, but we can't afford that. You know, our response times would probably be better. My fire department, I wish I could set up a satellite office. I can't within Adamaster Road because we don't have the money for that. So I know that it is a common expectation that, you know, kind of the line of it even saves one life. Well, if we're doing 807 kilometers, and I'm assuming that that's kilometers in length, not lane kilometers, because we'd have to double that to be lane kilometers. And I don't know over what time frame those 807 kilometers are going to be rehabilitated. But if we're taking 1,614 kilometers to have that, that's $50 million. That's a real dollar figure right there. I mean, that's not 1 year, it's not 10 years, I'm assuming it's not 20 years. But it's a real dollar value. And even if the cost benefit says, oh, but we can reduce that to $40 million because we're receiving $10 million in value, I still choke on that. And I think that my colleague from Whitewater is finding it difficult to swallow on those things as well. So I will be open to doing a cost benefit analysis. When we did make the decision to dramatically expand that, this conversation never happened. There was a very small conversation of, well, the paved road, asphalt roads degrade from the edges in. And there was a brief discussion of that, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then we moved on. Nobody looked for the cost benefit or what the cost was. But again, we get to that full day workshop in January, and all of a sudden it seems like it's an entirely bigger number than what we thought it was going to be. So I think, once again, this is something where we have to identify this needs to be revenue neutral or scaled back substantially. And I understand that there is always going to be unmeasurable benefits. Just the health of our population may be increased. But these are staggeringly large numbers to swallow for that value return, that value proposition. So again, I think that it is incumbent upon us to either have this be revenue neutral or scale it back.
Thank you. CAO, please.
No, thank you. Great conversation, and one, of course, we've considered over many years, as Mr. Perkins suggested, of CAT and others. I remember for years having the map in my office of the preferred routes, red, green, and yellows, or whatever it was. No, it was even before that. It was almost a highlighted marker on a map, and perhaps some direction moving forward prior to design or budget setting of your capital works in 2027 and beyond is consulting with the user groups or otherwise to establish those tourism routes. We've had a brief kind of off the microphone conversation about the importance of tourism and how these create too, which is another thing that's hard to put numbers to. But I think establishing the proper routes will allow for greater planning for Mr. Hanrath and associates in engineering to design these and actually proper budget, because it has certainly thrown off our baseline numbers for budgeting purposes. You know, what was once $1 is now $1.30. If at the end of the day, wherever this goes, what committee or wherever it would go, is that I think we'd be thankful for some direction to consider a route structure and establish, pardon the pun, a path forward on where these get located in the future, until perhaps greater financial days exist where we could apply gas tax or something just to the Head and Shoulders.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you. Very quickly, just for clarity. So even when we are talking about this, there's been identified a lot of different options, 1.2, 3 meters, et cetera, median. Those are best case scenario or ideal solutions. But right now, even on contemplating on a much larger network, we're still only talking about the 1 meter. We have divined that the most that we're talking about is still the additional 1 meter, even wherein I am doubtful that we can afford that. We're not contemplating the enhanced.
At the direction of committee, if there was a wish for prioritization of cycling routes and we wanted to have more compliance with OTM Book 18, we'd have to expand to a minimum of 1.2 meters for Heart and Shoulders. And just to build on that a little further, so right now on the map behind me is the cycling route map through the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association. As you can see, the yellow here, that's the Voyageur route, so that can be supported by the Algonquin Trail if it were to be rerouted onto our trail network. Similarly, trail networks down in the Calabogie area can be supported by the KMP Recreational Trail. However, if we're focusing on cycling tourism, a large section of the county is not supported by recreational trails to the southwest. So there are loops in that area, however, they don't have connection to county recreational trails. They do not have a widened Heart and Shoulder that is cycling facility compliant. So if we were to look at prioritization of where we look at Heart and Shoulders and where we look at wider Heart and Shoulders or eliminating Heart and Shoulders, that's something that would get taken into consideration into any updates to the active transportation strategy.
Councillor Donahue?
I do appreciate that, and that is good information that I didn't know I wanted to hear, but you did respond to a question I had not asked. What I'm at, like on the map over Mr. Hanrath's shoulder, is there anything within our transportation master plan that is incorporating anything more than 1 meter on that map just behind Mr. Hanrath?
So this map is separate from the Transportation Master Plan. This is cycling route map developed by the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association.
Okay.
Within the Transportation Master Plan, they recommended we prioritize certain routes and review our cycling facilities or expand our Heart and Shoulders on those prioritized routes.
I'm still, is our Transportation Master Plan providing for something more than 1 meter?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay, and it is not currently anticipating the full network of 807 kilometers?
Correct.
So the 50 million is not in order, but it could be more than we are currently spending if in fact we are going to upgrade from our current standard. Okay, those are questions I think that we want to address at the end.
On the point of cycling, last year at the Ontario East Municipal Conference, there was a presentation by the bicycle people saying there's going to be a European tour, starts in Smith Falls, comes to Arnprior, goes to Renfrew, goes to Calabogie, ends up in Sydenham, makes a left turn, and comes back up to Smith Falls. It's a 4-day tour on our Algonquin Trail, on the KMP Trail. So we're going to have economic benefits for these people doing this. They're going to be organized, they're going to have stopovers, all that good stuff. At least that's what we were told at the conference. Councillor Weir.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just have a quick question on the trails in relation to the Heart and Shoulders. So we have a section of the KMP that is broken, and you have to take a road out to Highway 511. So we have the ATVs and bicycles, and in the wintertime, the sleds all going that alternate route through Berryvale Road down to 511. Because that's part of the trail system, do we need to throw Heart and Shoulders down there wider because it's part of the trail system? Like, how do we determine what we do there?
So that would be something, sorry, through you, Chair, that would be something for consideration as part of the active transportation strategy in identifying those areas where either if we decide to proceed with Heart and Shoulders on a prioritized network basis, to identify those locations within it so that whenever rehabilitation time comes, we've budgeted appropriately for those.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair. Great discussion. I just want to come back to the, and sorry, and I didn't bring my paper copy of the TMP and I can't search on it. No, it's okay. The 1.2 meters that you had indicated that it is recommended in the Transportation Master Plan for very specific areas. Is that in support of active transportation, or is that an operational requirement from the transportation books or whatever?
Go ahead.
So the Transportation Master Plan itself, whenever you look at the diagrams that they provide, which I think we have on the next slide, they look at a much wider hardened shoulder or paved shoulder. In this case, they're looking at 2 meters with a buffer added for a lot of our prioritized cycling networks. That would be an astronomical cost for the county to take on. If we were to follow Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18, which is the cycling facilities, the minimum that they recommend for a cycling or a hardened shoulder or paved shoulder is 1.2 meters. Their desired is 1.5 meters to 2 meters. So if we were to go that route, and if that was the decision for our active transportation strategy, whenever the time comes for updates to it, that would come at a cost as well.
Supplemental, please.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And at 1.2, you'd be recognizing it as a cycling corridor, and therefore it would require the painting and the markings. Oh, I'm getting one nodding one way and the other, so please, Chair.
Through you, Chair. So paved shoulders under OTM Book 18 are still not viewed as bike lanes. They're viewed separately. So they would not require the additional paint, the additional signage, and things like that.
But what's driving us to go from 1 meter to 1.2? Sorry, I'm pushing back hard, because do we need the 0.2, or is it just?
If the paved shoulders are being viewed as a support for active transportation, that's the recommended safe width minimum for supporting cyclists. There's nothing that dictates we have to go to 1.2. We can stick with 1, but that's the 1.2 is the minimum recommendation on the Ontario Traffic Manual.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hold my other question to the end.
Are we clear on that one?
You want me? Yeah, no, I'm not clear.
Okay.
Is it, the point, do we have to make it 1.2? Or we just, if we, that's the recommended width if we do it? Correct. Yeah, okay, good.
Councillor Carmichael?
So I had this question earlier in my head. So 1.2 is recognized for active transportation. Biking is a form of active transportation, but it cannot be recognized as a bike lane. But it can be used for bikes. So that's, I think that's the confusion here. Okay, thank you.
If I may clarify, Chair, through you to committee, so for it to be recognized and be a bike lane, we're looking at a minimum 1.5 meter lane with a 0.3 meter buffer. So we're adding 1.8 meters of hardened shoulder with paint, with additional signage and things like that to each side of the road.
Supplemental?
So 1.2 does meet the criteria for active transportation lanes, right?
Not a bike lane. It supports supports active transportation, but it's not recognized as a bike lane.
But bikers can use it.
Correct.
So I'm thinking if it's a bicycle lane, it has to be expanded bigger than 1.2 to make it the one, whatever it is.
Chair, can I just clarify just a position of the council or the corporation at the current moment? All paved shoulders of the County of Renfrew are not considered active transportation lanes. the position of the corporation for liability and for otherwise, we are not maintaining the shoulders for the provision of active transportation or for cycling. The shoulders are a part of the road network. They're expansion of the asphalt apron, and that's all they are. We're more than welcome to have anybody walk, bike, anything on them, but they are only an extension of our roadway. We have not in any form or fashion have said they are a bike lane or an active transportation lane, and that's the position of the corporation for liability and for a bunch of other purposes. If we were to do that, that would mean a heck of a lot more cost, and that has not been the position of this corporation to go forward with that direction at this point.
Thank you for that clarification, CEO. Thank you. Councillor Mayville.
Thank you, Chair. As we noticed over the last year or two, could this potentially be a provincial download and force us to do something that we may not want to do?
Thank you for the question.
I think, well, sure, no one else wants to grab it.
And then we'll move on.
Yeah, no, I would think through you to the councillor, what I have seen in other municipalities, including the largest one in Ontario, the provincial government has no appetite for bike lanes or otherwise.
Councillor Nicholson.
But, Chair, if I can close this point, my position would be that we maintain a 1 meter shoulder, as per the CAO's comment about the existing policy, that 1 meter is 1 meter. It's extension of the road bed, not going to 1.2 or 1.5 or 2. The second thing is that the discussion about prioritization of where those extensions of the road base would be best placed for operational reasons and for user groups, sure, I agree with that approach, but it's prioritization and it's minimization, but also taking into consideration where we have existing trails or not. So I like that point from Taylor. And the last thing I'll put is I love tourism, and I think it's a great injection into the community. We don't see those sales tax dollars. So this is an area where, advocacy to the provincial government is, you need to give us some investment in tourism so that we can support the biking industry so you can raise more sales tax. It doesn't contribute to our property taxes directly.
Thank you, Chair. Wouldn't this be a lovely way to spend our 1.76% HST that's non-recoverable at this time? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions on this slide?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. The next slide is focused on County Policy PW01, road classification and design, with a focus on the cross sections for county roads. So the considerations, the TMP recommendation in this case is to have OTM Book 18 cycling facilities incorporated into our standard designs and to follow Transportation Association of Canada guidelines for the geometry of arterial roads. The recommended cross sections are shown on the screen in this slide. As you can see, it is quite a bit wider than our current outlook for our county roads. Typically, our minimums are a 3.25 meter lane with a desired width of 3.5 meters on our lane and a 1 meter paved shoulder, whereas they're recommending a 2 meter paved shoulder with a 1 meter buffer on our rural roads, and similarly on our urban roads, recommending a separated active transportation lane, as well as much wider right-of-ways, all of which has huge cost implications to the county. However, some of the recommendation within the TMP is applicable. So they would like us to look at ESAL, which is the equivalent single axle loading, whenever we're working on the design for our asphalt thickness. This is something we currently already do. We used it to identify what asphalt thickness should be required on certain design classes for our roads, but we could incorporate that into the policy so that it's already baked into it for future use. Looking at drainage as part of our road design policy, currently it's not incorporated into it. It is standard practice that we improve drainage whenever we're doing work on all of our county roads. However, if it were baked into it, it can be used by other municipalities and used as reference whenever we're looking at uploading, downloading, or anything like that in the future as well. Similarly for brushing or clear zones or the right-of-way widths on county roads. I'll pause there, Chair, to see if there's any questions, concerns with the recommendations on that one.
Comments? Councillor Nicholson.
I'm trying to find every penny. No. I just want to be clear, the minimum standards outlined in the chart here, just from a display perspective, for urban and rural, we're already meeting those within our current allocation of the budget. And the considerations you've asked us, we're either already doing or incrementally there's no impact on our budget to add into the policy.
Through you, Chair, yes, the considerations, we're not asking to go above and beyond what we're currently doing. The TMP recommendations, they would be recommending us going above and beyond, but the considerations is already standard practice with our day-to-day. It's just not baked into the policy as is.
Excellent. One supplemental, please, Chair.
Yes.
Good. A lower tier is getting an upgraded, or county's redoing a road within say, Petawawa. And Petawawa would like to put in a cycle lane. Does our policy allow for that lower tier to make that investment similar to a sidewalk?
Through you, Chair. So the infrastructure expansion policy would allow for things like that where adjustments are requested. It would have a cost share associated with it where we would partner with the local municipality and incorporate their desired infrastructure into our project.
So sorry, cost share, you caught me. We don't cost share the sidewalks though.
Sorry, to clarify, a cost share on the overall project where they'd have the cost of that additional infrastructure.
Excellent. Okay, good. I am fine with that position. No increase in costs, yet we are maintaining the minimum standard and updating the policy. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, before we go to the next slide, how about a 15-minute break? If that's agreeable with everyone? No. Yes. We're good. So it's 10:48. How about 11:05? We're back. Thank you. Thank you, Tina. We'll resume this special meeting of the operations. Any other comments on the last slide? I think we finished with that one. We'll move on to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. The next slide is focused on County Policy PW14, pedestrian crossings and hiking trail crossings. So the recommendation from the TMP was to update this policy to account for recreational trails and to have a recreational trail crossing template. The template that was recommended within the TMP is shown on the right-hand side of the slide. However, on the left-hand side is what we see in current practice. Staff at this point would recommend, if whenever we do updates to this policy, that the outlook on the left-hand side be carried forward so that we're not installing medians at all of these crossings in the future.
Sounds great. Next slide.
Any questions or comments on this one? See no Councillor Nicholson, we're good to go.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. The next slide is focused on County Policy PW21, which is our entrance policy and design guidelines. The Transportation Master Plan recommendation is to have a 400-meter minimum spacing between entrances on county roads and narrow entrances as part of our design guidelines. Our current policy requires entrances and the culvert under them remain the responsibility of the property owner and has a required spacing of 60 to 180 meters, depending on the road ADT, as minimum spacing.
Questions or comments? Councillor Hogdon?
Okay, so on the entrances, the current county policy applies different entrance spacing and access standards depending on whether the road is classified collector, minor arterial, or major arterial. As county road classifications are changing under the TMP, what impacts are anticipated for the rural municipalities and rural landowners, in particular future severances, consent applications, creation of new lots, farm entrances, agricultural access, frontage development opportunities, long-term assessment growth in the rural municipalities. With recommendations of going up to 400 meters, there's going to be substantial impact, one would assume. Can the staff summarize what planning or development concerns have been raised so far through local consultation, and how are those concerns going to be incorporated into the final plan?
Ouch.
Through you, Chair. We have not completed any consultation, as we have not proposed any official updates to this policy. We'd like to have a discussion today to determine what type of updates you'd like to see whenever a draft updated policy is brought forward in the future. There are substantial implications for property owners, as upping the minimum spacing between entrances to 400 meters would severely limit any construction of residential buildings along county roads and would push those entrances onto the local municipal roads where they have access.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't agree more with my colleague. 400 meters, that's almost half a kilometer. And I'll use myself as an example. We have a severed lot, and I went out and drove from our laneway to the severed lot laneway. It is far less than 400 meters. That's a crazy idea. But I'm also concerned about the narrower entrances, just getting in and out of our laneways on these county roads. As we rehabilitate the roads, we know people are driving far faster. I think that also, that recommendation is not a good one. In fact, I think some of the entrances to these laneways should actually be wider with more of a funnel where you can get in and out or maneuver easily. Thank you.
Councillor Weir?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a quick question on the 400 meters compared to what it is now. Does the I guess it's the speed limit of the road and all those accountabilities take place as well, how wide the road is on this. So what I'm trying to get at is different road classifications would all have the 400-meter minimum, or I'm just trying to figure that out. Thanks.
Through you, Chair, to committee. In this case, the 400-meter spacing stems from the recommendation with the TMP that all county roads be classified as arterial. And on arterial roads, where the focus is on the movement of goods and services, the 400-meter spacing is applied in order to keep vehicles moving on the arterial road.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair. It was a great question. I love what McNabb Brayside put on the floor. And I struggle with this one. We've had recent experience with MTO and accessing Highway 17 for agricultural expansion, like a agricultural egg business. And their intent to try to minimize turnouts and keep the traffic flowing. So when I read this, I immediately went to what was raised already. But I also, on the other hand, and just to put the argument on the table, is that we're talking about encouraging heavy use traffic. We're talking about, like, when you look at that road rationalization, ensuring that we can have the flow of heavy goods. As soon as you start putting an entranceway every 60 meters, it's no longer serving that purpose. You're talking about essentially a lower tier road. And so, I mean, this is the challenge, in my opinion, and I throw that out. We have county roads out there that shouldn't be county roads, right? If there's a property every 60 meters, we shouldn't be doing that. We can't go back and change that. I'm not proposing any, not yet. But this may have an impact on planning. So, and I'll use the Whitewater example. I only know this because we've been forced to consider this ourselves. In the annex to our official plan, Whitewater has a provision where you can do development where there's a single entrance off of our road, but it can service 7 lots. And it's called a lot cluster. It's a pre-approved planning provision in the official plan specific to Whitewater. What that does is it takes 6 entrances off the road, and you only have 1. And you basically have a small road servicing a small rural residential area, but not taking away from the speeding and the turning lanes and all of the other things that we're trying to keep off of county roads. So while I struggle with 400 being universally applied to every county road, I think we need to take a look at this from an official plan perspective and remember that we do need to increase the spacing, especially when the road rationalization score is so high that we want to prioritize that road for other uses than residential access.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair. But contrary to that, I thought that we were encouraging growth. And if we're encouraging growth only on the local tier roads or on, say, provincial roads, where does that leave our county roads, especially for those of us that have several county roads in our municipalities where there is ample opportunity for growth? I will say also, from an MTO perspective, that was their idea years and years ago off Highway 60 in North Algona-Wilberforce to get a whole bunch of people into their properties using one road. The property owners did not care for that, and we fought the MTO on it. Also, the MTO in Admiston-Bromley years ago didn't want another entrance or another legal entrance just outside of Douglas. We fought them on that. I think if there is opportunity for growth, we have to make sure that we're able to bend and not write something into our official plan that's going to limit people where they want to build. And I will tell you, on 512 Grattan Road, Ruby, all of our county roads, people are building. They're taking out building permits. And you can't suck and blow. So are we in the growth business, Or are we in the getting transportation moving even faster? In my opinion, growth is king. We know that from just our budgeting cycles. Anybody that had great growth this year were able to keep their tax levies lower. I don't see any other way. We are not sustainable the way we're going, and so growth is king in my opinion right now. And people are just going to have to slow down with the carrying of goods and the logging trucks and even just the small commercial vehicles, and they will have to understand that there are entrances and exits off all of these roads, and there are going to be more as we encourage people to sever and build, because that's what's going to help with our property tax levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yan.
Through you. I agree fully with Warden Murphy. We have county roads through our municipality that, yes, they do have log trucks and they do have goods moving through, but they're not a high level of transportation that, setting entranceways 400 meters apart is going to really deter from our development and growth, and I think that should be looked at. I can understand if it's a county road, like, just for example, come to my mind as Beeline maybe. Much higher transportation, but for hours, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. You may want to look at what the traffic count is on these roads and set separation between entrance ways at a level that would accommodate it.
Thank you. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just, the practical applicability of this. So ultimately, does this become effective through the planning process, i.e., when there are consents in front of our municipality? They can be on county roads, they can be on highways, or they can be on municipal roads. So when they are on municipal roads, of course, our public works supervisor is one of the commenting agencies. So is that essentially, does this rubber meet the road through the planning process, i.e., that if in fact there is an entrance onto a county road at this geolocation, then the county would be opposed to a severance that would be inside of that 400 meters. Is that accurate?
Through you, Chair. So the county is consulted whenever applications such as that come to your local municipalities. If the 400-meter minimum spacing was a requirement per our policy, that would be incorporated into those discussions, as currently happens with the 60 to 180-meter required spacing.
A follow-up, if I might, Mr. Chair. So, in this event, if in fact this were the standard, if it changed from the 60 to 180 to a 400 meter, then the comment in the consent process would be that the County Roads Department would express that they are opposed to this. But ultimately, I'm not even sure what weighting is given to that. Ultimately, I'm assuming the planning department then says, well, we, the staff, do not have the wherewithal to now grant this. Your avenue would be through what do we call that? Land Division Committee. So there would still be an appeal possible. Is there somebody in the room that would know that? I don't know, Mr. Hanrath, if this is still within your bailiwick.
Through you, Chair. So the Land Appeal Committee isn't within my bailiwick, but we do have other options in similar instances where there hasn't been room for the 60-meter spacing. They would explore a shared entrance, so the property that's being severed would have deeded access from the existing property entrance over to their severed property.
Thank you, and with your indulgence, Mr. Chair. So I'm certainly cognizant, particularly of what Councillor Nicholson was saying, vis-a-vis the intent behind a county road. But ultimately, one of the things that's important for council to understand, and certainly in Councillor Nicholson's and my municipalities, agriculture is a pretty significant component. Right now, there's going to be a whole lot of farm vehicles. It might be like an aggregate of maybe 3 distinct pieces of equipment longer than a semi-trailer on the highway. And so from a traffic perspective, that certainly is a bit of a specter. Again, I cannot be on both sides of the fence in this situation when we're talking about the active transportation. Well, if it's going to save one life, but depending on the costs, then ultimately we do have to measure those things. So I'm generally speaking, I'm agnostic on this, but I think that that's an element that should certainly be part of the discussion. Is that we have very slow-moving vehicles in certain places where they are rural, or agriculture zoning. Typically, they're going to be a fair piece apart because they are the full farm units or the 200-acre blocks or the 100-acre blocks. But as soon as there gets to be a consent on one, now you're beginning to add. And I know that the MTO is very leery of what they refer to as ribbon development, and I think that this is what we're talking about right here.
Councillor Hodnott?
So you kind of opened the door on all roads, no pun intended, seem to lead back to this arterial classification. And these, like this planning impacts and that are all trickling down from that arterial classification. And the fact is that many of the county roads serve a dual purpose. They move traffic, but they provide direct access to land. And as a farmer, there's certain fields that I need access to off of the county road that I can't get to off of a side road or whatever. And this 400 meters is just a huge hang-up for myself personally, as well as the impacts of future development. But with the arterial framework, the arterial umbrella, the TMP is moving us away from collector road status and just putting everything in one lump. And I think that's where our problem is originating, which is giving us the trickle-down effects of the impacts on planning and the things like that. Is it the intention not to move forward in the TMP with an umbrella arterial classification for all county roads?
Through you, Chair. So that would fall under our PW01 road classification and design. Whenever updates are presented in the future, we can either update it to have an umbrella classification as arterials or stick with our current classification model, which is modeled after the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines.
Any other comments? Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I have to agree with Warden Murphy about the development being king, growth being king. I don't see us wanting to restrict development, whether it's residential housing, commercial, industrial, just because of the width between entrances. And if developers, whether it's residential or other, have chosen a road that they see as being favorable to put homes or commercial, I can't see a lower tier municipality wanting that to stop because it brings in excess tax revenue. I'll use Doran Road as an example. If more homes are being built and more commercial and more industrial putting on a stretch of road, then perhaps that we can work that into our speed policy to say that there's more entrances there now, there's more school bus stops, there's more trucks turning into industry, then perhaps we need to look at lowering the speed rather than restricting the number of entrances.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to interject. So this is the crux of the whole conversation. Do you want it to remain a county road or do you want it to be a town street? That's the underlying principle of everything that's going on in this TMP. That's the bottom line. If you want it to become a town street, then it becomes a town street. If you want it to maintain traffic as an arterial collector, then these are the recommendations from the experts that this is what you require to maintain a safe 80-kilometer-an-hour road. So that's just underlying everything, right? Like Queen Street and Killaloe, that's not a county road. Victoria, Laurentian and Petawawa, not a county road. Daniel Street, Madawaska Boulevard, not a county road. They don't meet any definition of a county road. They have entrances every 5 meters in some places. So, but that's the underlying, what we're trying to get to here at the end of the day is, do we want to keep doing stuff ad hoc, or do we want a policy that we can live with and work with? But again, we're not tying any future councils to any financial things here. We're just going through these policies to get conversation from this group, and we'll bring it all back at another time.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair. That comment from staff is very valuable, and I like the debate, like the conversation we're having around the table, because we want to think long term. We want to see where we want our communities to go, and it's not going to be crystal clear. We cannot go back and convert roads to lower tier. There's not an appetite for that. I think it would be too complex. But we have to figure out a way so that we can make sure that the future is shaped the best way for the community. So what I hear is that there are going to be areas where development is going to happen, and it's going to happen by consent. The question I'd say is, can we add provisions in the official plan to facilitate those areas so it happens as easily as possible and not ribbon, so it's not 200 meters along the road? It includes as much depth as reasonable given that specific area. That might be one consideration. Maybe we have two different classifications, like we don't umbrella everything, as was mentioned by McNabb Braeside. Maybe we recognize there's going to be collector or town streets that are county roads, but they're going to be managed this way. But these other roads in the county, we recognize them as key, arterial, or very important to supporting growth, but the second layer of growth, and they may have to be managed differently. I don't know if 400 is the right answer. I don't know if 60. I'd leave that to staff to come back, but I would entertain if it was recognized with those kinds of different perspectives on a case by case. But throw it out, yeah.
Warden?
Thank you, but I think that's, with all due respect, it's messy, and it will create problems, even more problems for our planning department, trying to do things on a case-by-case basis. I think that, we have a policy now, it works, it allows for growth, and again, making it almost half a kilometer is ludicrous. I understand agriculture and all the rest of it, and we've got some ag in Bonnechere Valley and across the county that I get it, but I think that adding to our planning staff's duties to say, well, it's 380 meters, so we're going to allow it, is ridiculous. We have a policy, the policy is great, and it's been working, and I haven't heard one person complain from the planning department or from residents saying, oh, wait a minute, they won't let me put an entrance there because it's less than blah, blah, blah kilometers. So I'm not a fan of messy, and I really don't want to open up the official plan to include messy. Thanks.
Councillor Donahue?
Is this profile dependent, though? I.e., we have an urban profile on county roads, we have a urban, rural. Is this a one-size-fit-all, or is this dependent on the matrix of what it is? Because I certainly understand what Mr. Perkins was talking about. If this is essentially a town with a laneway, every 200 feet, it's a town, and it's likely not going to have an 80-kilometer-an-hour. So ultimately, we have, we went all through that with our asset management plan. Here's what it costs to do a kilometer of the urban profile. Here's what it costs on the rural. I'm assuming that this has to have some context on what the profile is.
Through you, Chair, yes, correct. It's dependent on the classification of the road as well as the rural or urban cross-section.
Any other comments? Oh, Councillor Proctor?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Similar to Neil, I really like the conversation, and I guess my mind goes to a few different areas. In speaking and looking at our county right now, it's not going to look the same in 5 years. It's not going to look the same in 8 years. And some of the decisions that we're making right now is to certainly encourage that growth. What I don't want us to fall into is when we are in that position of success and we have that growth, we then are stymied by any traffic because we can't move, because we have laneways too often, right? I appreciate the 41. I drive it exceedingly regularly. I think you can know where I'm going with that road, is there's a planning foresight to it. So that intersection, all pun intended, of planning with the Transportation Master Plan, I greatly appreciate. It would be my guidance that we actually hold, especially when the planning, as Mayor Donahue mentioned, allocates for an 80-plus road with the appropriate planning, that you hold the 400 minimum spacing to allow for the movement of traffic. The movement of traffic will enable our growth and enable our development, while supplementary and secondary roads could then, ideally within our planning, enable those higher functioning roads or those larger tributaries. And that classification of roads, I think, is an important distinction to allow growth without impeding our actual travel. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we have the opportunity on page 11 for Councillor Nicholson. It's the entrance policy and design guidelines, if you had a comment for that. There's one slide back. I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Sorry, I'm just reflecting on the comment that was just made.
So this one passed without comments, just to give you the opportunity to
oh gosh,
to close the door. I know.
We're keeping that as is, no extra cost.
Good.
Yes.
I'll leave it at this point. I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. This slide is focused on County Policy PW24, Community Safety Zones. The TMP recommendation is that we incorporate warrants and signage layouts for school zones and playground zones into this policy. And further to that, on the next slide, this is a comparison of the attributes and requirements between the three different zones. The community safety zones are the only one that has increased fines as a result of it being in that zone. However, it can overlap with the other zones as well.
Questions or comments? Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Wouldn't it be nice if we had ASC now? Too soon? Too soon? Okay.
Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. This slide is focused on a clear zone policy. The TMP recommendation was that the county develop a clear zone policy based on the Transportation Association of Canada Geometric Design Guide for Canadian Roads and the MTO Roadside Design Manual. Shown in the table here is the clear zone recommendations directly from the MTO Roadside Design Manual. To clarify, most of our county roads do not have a forest slope that would fall on this table. Most of them are much steeper, whereby the clear zone would not apply, or the clear zone would not extend past the edge of the shoulder. This is something that we could either draft a new policy for or incorporate into the PW01 road classification design for design considerations whenever we're doing our road designs on our county roads.
We'll open up for discussion and we'll look at Councillor Weir, please.
Thank you. Just to make comment on this, I don't understand what a clear zone is. Could you fill me in? Thanks. Then I might have a comment later.
If I may, through you, Chair. So a clear zone is an area that is clear of hazards where a vehicle can recover and resume access to the roadway. So For it to be a clear zone, it would have to be a recoverable slope, which is a slope that is 4:1 or flatter, or it has to be an area that's clear of trees, obstacles, and things like that.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
So Councillor Weir stole my question because I didn't have a clue where we were going with this. It was awesome. I'm just struggling. Why would we put this policy in place? Like, I'm imagining some of the roads that we have with very steep ditches, rock faces, lots and lots of trees. This is a blanket policy across the county. Why would we consider implementing this? Can staff, is there a recommendation for it to exist in some component, or is this a throwaway?
Through you, Chair. So clear zones are a safety feature. So where MTO and other entities cannot meet their clear zone requirements, that's where they start to explore guide rail and barriers to keep vehicles from going off into those clear zones that have hazards within them. So this would be a roadside safety consideration and design consideration on where staff could justify installing guide rail where none exists at the time as part of our road reconstruction projects. Or whereby we justify brushing to clear trees from the clear zone areas and things like that as well.
That makes way more sense, now I get it.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, that's perfect. But by implementing this clear zone policy, we would be requiring, I'm imagining, a whole bunch more investment in guardrails. So the question is, does the current standard that we apply here in the county, does it meet the minimum transportation requirements as it stands?
Through you, Chair, at the moment, there is no mandated roadside safety requirements. So there is no set rule on thou shall have guide rail on whenever these implications are met. We have guidelines that we follow. Whenever we're doing our road designs, we implement guide rail where it already existed, and we'll evaluate where there's been significant accidents or where we believe there's a significant hazard and a high probability of the vehicle leaving the roadway and things like that, and we would incorporate guide rail in those instances as well. If I may, to expand on that, so this could be something more simply incorporated into our roadside design or our road design classification policy, so that it's a justification for the staff to bring forward and a rule, not a rule, but a guideline for us to incorporate into our road designs so that we can justify guide rail in certain instances where it didn't exist previously.
Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So ultimately, the TAC, or Transportation Advisory Council Committee, these may be best perceived as best management. There is no regulation. However, just pulled it up because I couldn't remember what it was. Looming overhead as we're having this discussion, I'm thinking of the discussion we had 2 weeks ago on the Municipal Engineers Association correspondence. And that is probably my concern, is these things that might be considered BMPs maybe are no longer going to be BMPs, but they are going to be mandated. I don't know that, but I'm wary of that. The antenna are up. And I'm recognizing everyone has driven at one point or another on a road and thought, well, it's a pretty fair drop off the side of the road. But again, this is going to come with a cost. There's no cost assigned to this, but there's no question this is an enhanced cost once again. And if we're going to come back kind of to the lens through which, and I think I share this. No, I don't think it. I know that I share this with Councillor Nicholson. It is a cost, and we're challenged and struggling with how we're going to do costs. So that's my challenge here as well, is while this is at a low grade, this is an expansion of service. This is a higher level of service, even if it's not on our PCI. Without question, it is enhancing our level of service. And the question that I ask, that Councillor Nicholson will ask of me if I don't, is at what cost? What is the dollar cost of this? So that's my challenge, and I am of a mind that we maintain our consistent standard.
Warden?
Thank you. This is very interesting, actually, because now that I really understand it, thank you. There's even an area on Highway 41 beside one of the lakes. It's either Mazenah or one of those lakes coming north on 41, where literally you're on the road and the lake is right there and there are no guardrails. So I'm wondering if even the province has some guideline in their MTO booklet that tells them where there should be guardrails, especially when it's high water. It just occurred to me right now.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks for the last comment here, but I think I support I appreciate that you may need to amplify our existing policy, but I don't believe that we want to increase the level of service and the funds required to support that level of service unless you can demonstrate that it's a minimum maintenance standard. We have to do this. That would be my position at this point in time.
I'm trying to make a comment that I concur with the comments. My problem is with what the warden has mentioned. If someone goes off, and let's hypothetically say Highway 41, which is provincial, but it's now a county road, guy drives off the cliff, no guardrail, no liabilities, because it's not in our policy. But, and I say, but, we know there could have been, should have been, but we're too cheap to put one in. I don't like that. You know, I think it goes case by case when it comes to the road management. The people do the design, they say, you know what, at 80 kilometers, you're gonna fly on that corner. How many guys go into Cobb and take that at 90 or 95 going on where the railroad is? I know I do. And there's lots of open space to go by. So, anyway, that's just my comment. Councillor Donahue, please.
The challenge for me, Mr. Chair, is like, I don't accept that framing of it, that we're aware it is there. It is ultimately the level of service that we have. We actually chose, I think in November of 2024, to reduce the level of service on our PCI. There is probably a scenario where that may put someone more at risk, but we do that every day in this room. It's not that we know someone is going to be there. It is, what is the risk that on behalf of our ratepayers and traveling public, we think is appropriate on what is our capacity to pay? What is the affordability of this thing? And I think that still needs to be the matrix through which we do any of these things. In the year that I was the chair of operations, there was a request at, I can't remember what the name of the school was, on County Road 51, Councillor Service, for crosswalks. At that time, crosswalks were prohibitively expensive. They have changed substantially now with the solar-powered units, but it didn't meet the standard. And ultimately the decision is, I mean, we can reduce the speed limits all over the place and it's going to make it safer, but is the intent to make our arterials safer at lowering the speed limit? Because they can all be made safer, Mr. Chair, that way. I think that would be acceptable, but I don't think it's acceptable for us. So we measure that all the time, and I push back on the framing of this, that we know someone could go off the road and be injured. There are all sorts of risks that we assume on their behalf, and they assume when they're traveling.
Thank you for that. Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. For staff direction on policy updates in PW01, would committee prefer to see something of a risk hazard matrix whereby high risk, high probability meets a warrant for guide rail consideration in capital projects? Or is there any appetite for considerations for expanding on guide rail whenever it comes to our capital assessment?
Comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. Not for me, to be quite frank. I think joint and several liability settles the question for us anyway. whether we have guardrails or steel barriers or whatever, it's not going to be enough if something goes to court. They're not going to sue the tire company because they have the cheapest tires possible. They're going to sue the municipality who owns the roadway, and they're going to win. The municipalities have deepest pockets. So I'm not sure we need, and if you do provide one of those risk analysis and there's a draft and it's been reduced and somebody gets the draft down the road, I'm not sure there's a benefit to doing that, is my thoughts. I could be convinced otherwise, but at this point, no, I don't see the benefit to it.
Thank you. Councillor Weir, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Two minds of this. We Centennial Lake Road, as you're aware, we have numerous deaths on it through motorcycles each year, and that's generally due to the speed that they travel on that road. So I think that would skew the matrix of the overall. But I mean, I think, as Councillor Eamon said, insurance will cover us, but I also think we need to show that we've done our due diligence ahead of time on these roads. So if we do have numerous accidents at one location, what's the reason for it? I think we have to get down to what reasoning is these accidents taking place. Have we done our due diligence to show that we could make changes and it would make it safer, or there's no changes that we could make? So I think even though the insurance will cover us, I think if there's possibility of severe injury to people or death, I think, yeah, we should take a look at it and show our due diligence. That yes, we could improve it, or no, we couldn't ahead of time. Thank you.
So this ties into the next slide, which is road safety audit policy. The two do work together. So as part of our capital program and our ongoing monitoring of county roads, we do collect accident data from the OPP to highlight any hot spots where we need to look at implementing other measures. So this would just be, again, a new policy that dictates what staff is already doing as part of our road designs, but would have something in writing so that future would have it for reference as well.
Any other comments? Seeing none, but Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair. So when I read this, I'm thinking we do an audit, we find a road has a safety concern, we need to invest in an additional $1 million, whether that's clear sight or guardrails or wider entrances, as has been mentioned before. And I know this doesn't have to do with the fine, but where would we find the money for that? So it would identify a need for an additional $1 million. That would be within a year or two, so it's not going to be recognized in the long-term financial plan. So that $1 million would automatically cause a pressure in that year's budget that would need to be sourced, either through internal reallocation or an interim tax increase. Because it's coming as a safety concern, publicly, with a recommendation for that $1 million investment, we will not be able to deny it. So with this safety audit, like I can't argue against it. We need to do audits. But the financial plan for how you source this money needs to be considered so we have a path. Whether that's a reserve set aside for it or something to recognize this is going to come up and we're going to have to fund it.
Just to follow up on that, so this would be a new policy that we'd have to bring forward for committee's consideration. The current practice is we do these road safety audits on a capital project basis. So as we're preparing our design and doing our data collection for the designs for our upcoming capital program, we're reviewing the hazard areas along the road where improvements can be made. Thus far, there has not been $1 million fix needed for any one road. A lot of the time it's little things here. Either we extend the guide rail slightly to account for an area where it's been missed, or smaller things that fit within the overall road project budget. It would be getting that into a policy statement to show what process we follow whenever we're doing our designs for roadside or road safety audits.
Warden?
Thank you, Chair, but once we know, we know. So it won't be joint and several liability, it will just be liability. They knew that the alignment of this road was dangerous, especially in the winter. They knew, they put it in writing, and now we've got a lawsuit. And it would be open and shut. It would just be insurance. There wouldn't be any question. And I think the policy that you're using right now is probably the right way to go. You knew that there were areas, and again, I'll go back to Highway 512, County Road 512. You knew that there were areas where the alignment of that road was not good. It was not safe. And so you changed the alignment while you were doing the road construction. I like that policy. Let's leave it there.
But there is no policy, correct?
Well, yeah. Taylor just said when they're doing a road, they figure out, oh, wait a minute, this alignment isn't right, or this should be widened, or there should be a guardrail there. They do it as they're building roads. That is what you said, correct? Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you, through you, Chair. If that scenario ever happened, that we say we needed $1 million in that budget year, we would come forward to you and say, we've got $40 million approved this year. We are going to have to not do this project to offset that cost there. And we've done that numerous times, and then it falls into place in the asset management plan. And theoretically, we have a 10-year funded asset management plan. So if that ever occurred, that's how we've done it in the past. Not so much on a safety issue, but on a lengthening or a widening or whatever was necessary.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to drill in for some clarity, though, because there's different terms being used here, and we're talking about road alignment, et cetera. That's what our Public Works Department does, i.e. on the curve, you're just describing the radius, what the super elevations may be, et cetera, that is appropriate for the speed. When we're talking about the clear zones or these safety audits, though, as I'm perceiving it, I stand to be corrected, but this seems like risk management. So what's the likelihood of an accident happening versus what are the consequences if it does? If I go off the road here, I drive 100 yards and I drive back up onto the road, and nobody's the wiser. If I drive off the road here, I'm going to beat my maker. That's what we're talking about. And perhaps it's not the design of the road, it is what safety features are we going to happen in the likelihood of the percent of an accident happening here versus there are probably not substantially different unless someone is not actually adhering to the recommended speed limits, right? That's what our roads are designed for. When we say it's an 80-kilometer-an-hour road, we are designing it for 80 kilometers an hour. So if you get into an accident here, likely you were not keeping to within that recommended speed. And in fact, even on curves, you will see those signs that say, recommend on this yellow sign that you drop down to like 70 kilometers an hour on this curve. So it's not that the roads are any more or less likely for an accident to occur. It is what is the impact should it happen at this location versus another. And that comes back to where I'm saying is how much can we afford to reduce the consequences of an accident on here. I will certainly allow that it might not be speeding. Perhaps there's a blown tire. As I understand it, the truck that got itself lodged onto the bridge on 17 on the Madawaska, it was a blown tire. Those things can happen. That one, very fortunate at the outcome. But ultimately, that's what we're talking about. It's not the likelihood of an accident happening. It's what are the consequences if it should happen in this location.
Thank you. Any other comments? Moving on.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. The slide in front of you now is for a speed limit policy. The TMP recommendation is to apply the methodology set out in the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines for establishing speed limits in setting speed limits on county roads. It refers to traffic calming policy where recommended speed is lower than the measured 85th percentile speed for the road. It would maintain statutory 50-kilometer-an-hour speed limit in urban communities and rural villages, except in school zones or community safety zones. And it would require it recommends reviewing this posted speed limit every 5 years. So currently staff, whenever we're doing the warrants for posted speed limits, already use the form shown from the Transportation Association of Canada. It would just be putting that process into policy so that we have justification further whenever we have a request for a reduced speed limit.
Comments? Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think it's important to have a policy, and I understand that, you know, the methodology and everything is set by Canadian guidelines, so it's restrictive in a way, and we can't be flexible, or can we, is what I'm trying to ascertain here. So I think it works great when the roads are obvious. And I'll use Dorn Road as an example. Dorn Road is a long road. It goes through Laurentian Valley and other parts of the county as well. Some parts of Dorn Road are very rural, with not many accesses and driveways. However, when you get into the Petawawa portion of it, it becomes more urban, and it eventually gets down to 50, there's a 60 zone, there's an 80 zone. And when this cookie cutter policy is applied, it doesn't take into account the personal characteristics or personality of the road in terms of who's living there and what the driveways are and are there big trucks, how many school bus stops, and all those sorts of things. And I just find that when this is applied, it's very rigid in terms of when a speed reduction is applied for. This policy is just rigid, and there's no flexibility in it. I know that sometimes this council will make a decision based on this policy and overturn the recommendations that are in here based on the advocacy from the various lower tiers. But it just seems that somehow there needs to be some flexibility worked into it in terms of the personality of the road in the lower tiers. Thanks.
Comment? No?
Through you, Chair. So the form for the warrants for posted speed limits does take into consideration things like geometry, average lane width, roadside hazards, pedestrian exposure, cycling exposure, pavement surface, the number of intersections, the number of entrances, and a lot of those. But in drafting a new policy, we can work some flexibility into that if that's the desire of the committee to account for or make adjustments within that. Again, we want to make sure that it's consistent going forward so that we don't have one-offs and anything that we can't justify. So we would work it around the TAC guidelines so that we have something to measure off of.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you. A question first of Councillor Service. Certainly the first bullet point is, again, these are recommendations or best management practices in Ontario, maintaining that none of us have a road that can exceed 80. That's the top speed limit that any one of us is going to have. But the third bullet point is talking about a statutory, and I'm assuming urban communities and rural villages are there's a definition, and even if those aren't precise terms, ultimately the measurements that Mr. Hanrath was referring to. This, as written, seems like it would accommodate the disparate Doran Road, wherein when it's in Laurentian Valley, it is typically going to be 80, but as soon as you get into an urban setting, then it reduces to 50. So it does seem that there's flexibility. I wonder if Councillor Service, Mr. Chair, could expand on where he's seeing a rigidity here.
I don't want to get ahead of myself because at a certain point you will see a request for a speed reduction on Durn Road. When I was hypothesizing, maybe I should have used another road. I can use a previous example, I guess. where a speed reduction was asked for on Highway 51, which is Petawawa Boulevard. And the recommendation came back that it was not warranted based on the policy. However, during our discussion, we found that the advocacy and the reasoning was enough that we allowed it, which was what the municipality of Petawawa asked for. So I'll use that as an example. Maybe that's a better one.
Councillor Carmichael?
Giardini. So is that not flexibility enough in that we have this would be the policy, but we are allowed to come back and ask for a change to it for a specific road? To me, that's the flexibility right there.
Other comments? For starters, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
It's getting to 12 o'clock.
I really agree with Councillor Service. We have a situation with one road, two different names, one going through the village and then proceeding to a higher speed of 80, and then our population has changed where there's people have moved into the 80 zone, whereas now there's school bus, there's children being picked up. Cottagers have redesigned their driveways to make it more accessible. Things have changed, and I really like the phrase flexibility, and that there are, yes, I do appreciate the guidelines, and we've gone down every rabbit hole we possibly can to get signs and speed, and we've talked to the OPP numerous times, and yes, they have responded and they have increased their presence, and they've issued more tickets, which is good for them, of course, but our residents are still extremely concerned on not only in the village of Killaloe, there's a curve in that road which even magnifies it even more coming around a curve, and yes, the speed limit is down, but of course they don't follow the speed limit, they're going faster than that. And yes, we've talked to the OPP about that road also. In regards to the 80 plus road, which is County Road 58, again, we've gone down every rabbit hole. We've tried to do everything we possibly can, and I go back to, I like the flexibility of it to go back and review, and of course, we will be knocking on the door again. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you. So again, being engineers, transportation engineers, black and white, we need a standard. You can't decide the speed limit in Combermere, you can't decide the speed limit in Horton. We need an empirical, defensible reasoning for why we do this, right? Now, with that said, you all have flexibility. Every recommendation we bring here, you can take it or leave it, right? So there's always an opportunity for a group of 17 to go against expert advice and do what they desire. Just telling you, just saying. So you know, they're council, yes, but council, that's why you are elected, and you represent the people you represent, and you have an excellent cross-section of people here, and you make very excellent decisions. We bring it to you, and if you desire to lower it down to 30, then we're fine. We just use this forum as for us, we're black and white. This is the speed limit, this is why, and this is the attributes, and then we have an empirical, defensible recommendation when we bring it forward to you. But again, I do. My dad was a cop.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I cannot say if the same thing exists on the example that Councillor Service cited. On the instance or example that Councillor Mayville is suggesting, it sounds like the issue is people that are not complying with the speed limit. So they're not complying with the speed limit. If we lower the speed limit and they're not complying with the speed limit, is a lower speed limit going to make them comply with the speed limit? Again, and we've had this discussion often in the room, is the issue the speed limit, or is the issue enforcement of the speed limit? And I don't think our transportation master plan is the thing that is going to substitute for enforcement of laws. As an analog, we just recently in Admaston probably converted to bag tags in our waste. So there was great upheaval and hue and cry. There was going to be more waste in the ditches. As it happens, it didn't turn out. If it began to happen, I don't think the solution was to make the fine higher for throwing your trash in the ditch. It was probably having bylaw enforcement, making a concerted effort to enforce our rules. So I certainly understand, and I am sympathetic to the situation. We have these conversations probably 3 or 4 times a year in this 4-year term of council. But again, and I am sympathetic as well to Councillor Mayville saying that there have been numerous discussions with the OPP about enforcement. But I'm not persuaded that we're going to make folks compliant with the speed limit by making the speed limit lower.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair, and I recognize that we're getting close to lunch. I was only going to add to Councillor Donohue's points here. I think the speed limit policy, as you proposed here, the approach that you proposed is good. It's going to satisfy the question amongst us is how do we adjust that, or how do we enforce it, or how do we make these places safer where there's been development that's created a greater congestion. And I think that traffic calming policy that's referred to in there, it speaks to an 85 percentile. Maybe as part of this, looking at the speed limit policy, we look at that. Maybe we change that percentile because right, you're trying to influence the speed, and changing numbers on a sign isn't going to do that. Traffic calming may provide another avenue to do that, and maybe if it's in a different percentile, so that there's a higher degree of keeping the speeds where it should be. I don't know if that's up or down from 85, but that's when you would impose the traffic calming as a component to the route. I throw that as a potential way to give council an opportunity to impact the speeds without having to go by and amend the speed policy.
Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I didn't realize that we'd already moved on to traffic calming, but in our policy, could we make sure that the local tiers can place their speed monitors on county roads? Ours is mobile, and every time we want to put it on, say, Ruby Road, we have to reach out to the county. It'd be really great because those are the roads, those are the tributaries in our municipality that are high speed and going into the village. And I'm sure I'm not alone in this. If you have one of these radar that's movable, it's great to put out, especially on long weekends. That would be wonderful if we could write that into the policy. Thank you.
Councillor Hognott?
Just to counterpoint to Councillor Donahue, who stepped out, so I don't feel unfair right now, but reducing the speed does slow people down mentally, because the new rule that was brought in over the last couple of years with the province, if you're 30 over, they're going to take your car. They're going to impound your car. And so people naturally creep about 20 over, whatever the posted limit is. And if they see they're crouching up to 30 over, all of a sudden the brain is saying, I got to back off, because if I get caught, they're going to pull my car right out from under me today. So I think it's 30 kilometers over. They impound it automatically for 3 days or something. That being said, if the speed limit is lowered, then they're still going to do that creeping on the speed, but that mental thing kicks in. So I would counter that, yes, reducing the posted speed limit does lower the speed. Even though they're still going to speed over what's posted, it's going to lower it. So I do think lowering speed limits does bring the speeding down.
Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just to add to that, yes, I do believe that lowering the speed limit makes people lower their speed, obviously. However, there is a bit of a mindset that when you're on a road that's 80, you feel like, well, I can go 100, and I'm not going to get a speeding ticket. So you notice that when you're out there, the flow is pretty much going 100. However, when you're on a road that's 50, especially if you're in an urban area, you're not going 70. You don't feel that, oh, I don't think I can go 70. There's too many houses, too many people around, which makes those two stretches of road and the two different speed limits operate differently, I do believe, in all of our psyches. The one thing about flexibility, I hate to go back to the speed limit policy, but I don't know if it accounts for the straightness of the road or curves in the road. But when you get on a long, straight stretch of road, people have the tendency to think, oh, I'm on a bit of a racetrack here. I'm going to let her rip on this road. So just another piece to add to the flexibility in terms of that whole speed limit policy. Thanks.
With that, Tina, I think we're going to take a break for lunch. Let's come back at 12:50. Thank you. Welcome back to the Special Operations Committee meeting, and we'll continue on. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So we've touched on this one a little bit thus far, but the next slide is in regards to a traffic calming policy or updates to County Policy PW14 for enhanced warning devices. The TMP recommendation is that the county prioritize speed display devices and speed posted bollards, as well as traffic calming measures be considered during design and implementation of reconstructed streets and new subdivisions. Some additional considerations would be to develop a warrant or scoring for traffic calming measures and when they should be incorporated on county roads, whether that be always whenever entering urban communities or rural villages, or also incorporating narrowed edge lines as a traffic calming measure in those areas as well.
And we'll open it up for comments. Councillor Mayville.
Thank you, Chair. I really like the idea of this. As far as the signage entering a town, I think that's a really good idea. I had made a suggestion to our Director of Public Works during the break as far as the signage that I think everyone has seen them where it says if you go 10 kilometers over the speed limit, you lose X number of demerit points. 20 over, you lose this. And now we've heard that your vehicle might be impounded if you go so high. I think those are really a big deterrent. And I know when I see a sign like that, my foot comes off the gas. So hopefully we can implement something like that also. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. I too am in support of this policy policy proposal. I think it's a good approach. The two TMP recommendations I support. The two things I'd want to put out there is just in the previous slide it talked about the 85th percentile, and we know that speeding is a concern, like just the two examples we had discussed in the last portion. I would propose that we increase that or consider increasing that percentile to ensure that we minimize the speeding as much as possible, so that basically that percentile would indicate 10 out of every 100 vehicles. If we increased it to 90, it would say 10 out of every 100 vehicles are not, they're speeding. They're not driving the speed. The so what to that, though, is so now we know that we have greater than 10 vehicles speeding. Our policy is to put display devices and speed posted boards out. Great. I'm good with that. We've budgeted for it. I'm good. If a lower tier municipality would like to amplify those, I think that we should automatically enable that lower tier to put in traffic calming measures within a certain parameter at their cost. Whether that's, and I can't think of any right now off the top of my head, but I know Taylor has them off the tip of his tongue. But I just throw that back out, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Service.
Yeah, I too appreciate this policy, and I think it works. Based on experience in Petawawa, I know it works. I drive on these streets all the time. I especially like the speed signs that flash the happy face. Maybe it's just me, but I aspire to achieve the happy face, and I feel good when I get it. I can't be the only one, so I hope anyways.
You get a, is it really?
Yeah. And you get a sad one if you exceed the speed, and I don't like that. It affects me in a negative way.
Is it red?
So we're assuming council service is on the roundabout in Renfrew to look at that happy face.
I'm getting off track here. I do have a question about the narrowed edge lines. So in terms of a growth-related project, I know that the traditional business of the county is just to place like with like. So if you are contemplating an urban footprint for the road, narrowed edge lines mean you're bringing the curbs in a little tighter. So how does that fit in, I guess, with the growth-related policy?
Through you, Chair, in this case, I was talking about the white edge lines, not moving curbs, just tightening those edge lines so that you give the impression of a narrower road.
Councillor Hogdon?
I've had a conversation with Councillor Service before about this, because as you know, we're doing bollards up and coming. One of the effective tools that accompanies bollards is the road painting of the 40 kilometers ahead and like 2 or 3 chevrons. It seems to be bollards on their own give a little bit of an impression. The line road painting of the speed thing ahead, that gives a little bit, but the two together, it's almost like you're yelling at the driver. You know, enough of the warnings. Here's the bollards, here's the road painting. Like, do you get it? That seems to be effective, and through the chair, Councillor Service, I think you would back that statement up. Did you not find it effective to include the road painting things? So that option, in a perfect world, I'd love to see that included in the recommendations, that the road painting be an optional thing to accompany the bollards to get the maximum bang for the buck.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. The next slide focuses on intersection control policy. The TMP recommendation was that the county adopt an always stop policy with warrants, ensuring always stops are not used for traffic calming or to reduce vehicle speeds. Additional consideration at the staff level is why just stop at always stops? We could include the warrants for always stops as well as signalization, and in line with the roundabout considerations that have been brought forward recently, looking at roundabouts feasibility for those intersections as well, because where a four-way stop or signalization meets warrants, a roundabout can be looked at as a alternative for those intersections as well. So it'd be a policy outlining the warrants as well as where a roundabout would be considered within those warrants being met.
Questions or comments? None. No, it's a thumbs up.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, on to the next slide. Traffic impact assessment policy. The TMP recommendation is to adopt a traffic impact assessment guideline prepared as part of the Transportation Master Plan to provide a structured framework for conducting traffic impact assessments and ensure analysis approaches are consistent with industry best practices. Additional considerations is to draft the guideline provided to potential developers as part of a policy. So whenever we get development applications or subdivision applications, typically we require a traffic impact assessment be completed. This guideline would just give them the requirements that have to be met as part of that assessment.
Questions or comments? Seeing none.
Now the fun one. So the next slide focuses on our list of growth projects. And I will pull up a spreadsheet for committee to review and take into consideration as part of the discussion for growth projects. So before you on this screen is a list of the growth projects that were either identified by the Transportation Master Plan, have an existing completed environmental assessment, or were identified by another municipality's Transportation Master Plan, or have been identified by local municipalities in the past for consideration as a growth project. In all, we're looking at, if all of the growth projects were to go ahead, almost $27 million in growth projects have a recommendation of the next 1 to 5 years. An additional almost $37 million projects in the 5 years after that, and an additional $29 million in projects in the 10 years following that. So in all, over the next 20 years, approximately $93 million in growth projects have been identified. These projects are over and above what is in our 10-year asset management plan. They're unfunded, at this point unplanned for. There are a couple of projects that have somewhat proceeded in the roundabouts in Petawawa. So as committee is aware, we're proceeding with completing the necessary steps to go ahead with construction of the Doran roundabout on Petawawa Boulevard. That is, the EA was completed many years ago. We had a detailed design ready to go. We applied for funding and were successful in that funding. And now it's going ahead with construction. Similar for the Paquette Road roundabout. We've have had many discussions with Garrison Petawawa and that they are willing to apply for their own funding to fund that project whenever the time comes. And similar for past projects, we've either funded through county reserves or grant funding as well. I'll pause there to see if there's any questions, concerns about the project list itself at this point.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Through you, I just want to make it clear that since the development of this TMP, the world has changed substantially, as we know. We had no idea that Garrison Petawawa was going to, expand by 1,000 new homes. Also, when this information was gathered for Aegis for this, we didn't have factual numbers because we were pre-COVID. So that was the numbers that they used at that time. So our goal here is we would really, as staff, not like to go back to Aegis and spend more money. As you know, we can. This is a guideline. So just to keep you inside the guardrails of, we know there's quite a number of changes in here in terms of population growth expectations, and that's something that we internally can work through. But as it still doesn't change the fact that there's a number of growth projects out there that we are not accommodating or don't plan to accommodate at this point. So with that, have at it.
Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. That was a good preemptive volley. Lee was hoping by saying that I wouldn't come to the microphone. But you have answered most of my questions in terms of population stats and traffic stats. And I know we discussed this before, that this is a living document and more traffic studies need to be done. And the Garrison, in fact, is doing some of their own traffic studies based on where some of these homes are going to be placed. So that data will also be able to be shared and will assist us going forward. I guess the only concern I have is I know I see the little piece of Highway 51 between Dorn and Paquette is on this list, but it doesn't appear in the transportation plan in the 0 to 5, 6 to 10, whatever that list, priority list that is in the actual master transportation plan. So it's good that it's here. And I'll echo what you said. A lot of these stats need to be updated, and depending on what that data shows, some of these projects may be moved around. And there's also one other thing to consider is the opportunity that may arise with various levels of government in terms of possible funding for some of these projects, that if it arises, maybe sometimes the opportunity may need to be seized. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. So the reason that that particular project wasn't in the master plan itself is because it already had an environmental assessment completed for it, and the transportation master plan is meant to complete those first two steps of the EA. So because it's already have the EA completed, it's already an identified project separate from the master plan. That's why it's on this list, because we know it's a growth project for the future. Also, I wanted to clearly identify that there are sections of the Algonquin Trail included on this list, but based on our previous discussions, that would not be a carry forward unless there's differing opinions at this stage.
CAO.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So I guess the question that the staff may have, and it's come up during the strategic sessions and the report cards and other things that we do as a regular update, would it be worthwhile either on an annual or biannual basis to bring this growth list back for a council or the council's consideration of updating or letting you know where we're at or otherwise? As a you talk about living documents, I wonder if we bring it back perhaps every second year, third year, or one time during term of council or something like that to say, well, here's where we're at, strike them off, move and add, because the council member from Petawawa is dead right. I mean, they're spending a couple $100 million up there over the next few years. The provincial governments change, their priorities change for all intents and purposes, as Mr. Perkins has suggested. Even the federal government, although it's still the same government party, has essentially changed their priorities. So as priorities change, it's likely to suggest that we do bring this back regularly, not every month, but either on an annual or biannual basis. And I guess looking to you to suggest otherwise or similar.
Excellent idea, CEO. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Kelly's recent point. It is certainly what I would have perceived, and I want to be careful. I'm trying to present an analog. It almost would seem to me that the Transportation Master Plan is can be viewed as our official plan, whereas our AMP is our zoning bylaw. Because I'm presuming that the projects list, maybe they're going to be housed within the master plan, but they're also housed within the asset management plan. And I know going back quite some time, even CR 51, a hurdle that was cleared, and I can't remember when it was, I think pre-COVID, but I don't know. So it was not in our AMP. So to the person that formerly sat here, Councillor Service's predecessor, that was his goal. If it's not in the AMP, it's not in our future. Now that it's in the AMP, it's in our future. So I think that probably through the process, and I'm assuming that's going to be ongoing, I think the last 2 Novembers, we have had that session kind of pre-budget where we both look at some of the capital, pre-approval on the capital, but we also review the long-term financial plan in conjunction with the AMP. And I would perceive that as being the vehicle through which the list itself would get updated, because it seems like there's a process there that it would take very little to simply amend the process to incorporate this.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to follow up the CAO's point, I think it's valid to bring it back. The pattern suggested by Councillor Donahue makes perfect sense. And I think it's important to maintain a current list that is in some way at least acknowledged by council. I know we're going to probably talk about the rationalization of this list at a subsequent point. Okay, good. So without a list, you're going to take the loudest, most influential argument on the floor. So the list forces us to rationalize it, and it forces that when it comes forth for whatever limited funds might be available, the decisions are made with acknowledgement of all of the other surrounding opportunities. So yes, I agree with the list. Whatever cycle works between the CAO and Councillor Donahue's recommendations, I think it's extremely valuable. And by virtue of that, it now changes the County of Renfrew's perspective. We are investing in growth when we have the money.
CAO, please.
Sorry, further, thank you for that as well, through you. So I guess our next question potentially is prioritization. And either singular or joint advocacy. This is where we always get, right? So we get in front of a minister and state we need money for this bridge, this road, otherwise, or help us out. Or on the adverse side is that the county is often not eligible for granting, right, for some projects. I'm just trying to think which. There have been grants in the past. Which one? Did somebody say something?
Housing Enabling.
Housing Enabling Fund, or there's always going to be a fund. There's Infrastructure Canada where the upper tier has not been eligible, or we don't make the criteria for whatever reasons, but the lower tiers are. So either it's prioritized at your own local levels or here, so we know where to go when we pull off the list off the shelf, right? Minister of Security, we need this, or Minister of Infrastructure, we need this, and this is why. So I would ask, I guess, if we're going to list them, where do they sit in the priorities of importance? And I know that we're going to have 17 people say, well, my road is important, but as a county road system, I think we need a prioritization list of moving forward.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, Councillor Eamon.
Thank you. With regards to the list itself, you know, I heard a comment about the paving of Algonquin Trail, and I'm not sure, had that been removed or is it pushed down the road? I'm just wondering, in terms of criteria, you know, it might be of interest to, if it's going to proceed, is to pave in the urban areas, because it would help with dust control first, and then secondly, the ability to line it to keep traffic moving and sharing the trail. So that, you know, that's not of any urgency. I'm wondering about, I don't see anything here about Bruce Street, because I think once Highway 17 becomes 417, I think Bruce Street's going to become an issue for you, a choke point. So, you know, I think at some point there has to be some discussion about upgrading it by two-laning it back well past the hospital, Raglan Street, probably back to the municipal waste site, because otherwise, you know, when it intersects with Highway 60, is going to bog down. So you know, I don't see Bruce Street in here, so that may be something you want to consider, is the upgrading of Bruce Street, and then the surface treatment that was applied a couple of years ago. It's likely to get worn out very quickly as soon as traffic gets a little more condensed. Thank you.
Comments to her? Councillor Nicholson?
Thanks, Chair. And to Councillor Eamon's point, that I think I brought it up earlier when we talked about PG1 or 19 or something at the very start. There is an economic development component to this list. This is the list as of a snapshot in time right now. But we know there are developments or for like the twinning, there's, you know, economic development expansions at different areas. You know, maybe there's a holding spot in the list for potential economic opportunities to, again, to recognize them. It's just how do they prioritize in? When do they prioritize into the list? But at least they would be on the list and recognized. So if we're offered $5 million, where do we put it? We can't forget about what might be just 5 years, 10 years down the road. Councillor Eamon, any money on when you're going to see the twinning up to Bruce?
Running a small lottery in October.
So anyway, I recognize, I think you need a special section on the list and just to recognize it from there. Good.
Councillor Donahue?
Point of clarity, there certainly were a lot of voices in support, or rather supporting removal of paved surfaces on the Algonquin Trail. I don't know if that would be the will of committee. There were certainly some voices in favor of that position. Do you know, or through you, Mr. Chair, I wonder if Mr. Hanrath knows, of the $93 million, how much of that would be on the Algonquin Trail surface upgrades?
Sorry, through you, Chair, just one moment, and I can get that total for you relatively quickly.
So I think I can clarify the paving from Mima Street to Division, that's not the entire length. It's only where the county Algonquin Trail meets the streets of McGonigal, Ida. So there's a buffer, so when I drive my side-by-side to that intersection, I don't spin the tires and have these massive holes. We've done it on Daniel, and it looks fantastic. We've done it on McGonigal as well, under the sewer. It's only 10 or 15 feet of asphalt, but it saves the life of the street as well, because it's always torn up the intersection as the guys speed across. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd be more than happy for Iron Prior to continue to do so.
Through you, Chair, so the total over the 20 years on recommendation for paving urban sections of Algonquin Trail is just under $3.9 million.
Okay, so it takes it from 93 million to just under 90. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Oh, yes, we do. Councillor Donahue, please.
So I don't, this was premise to put Mr. Hanrath premised this upon the list. It seems like we've kind of escaped that lab. So I don't know what the conversation. I'm going to get ahead of Councillor Nicholson on this one. It's always been the funding. It's been the funding going back to when Councillor Surface's predecessor occupied this chair, of how do we do it. And ultimately, the CR51 committee that I think when I went to the public site, either they met already today or they're meeting afterwards today. There was a, okay. For those of you who cannot hear from the microphones, there was an ad hoc meeting on this, and there's also one, I think, maybe on a different date. In any event, so that committee still exists. That committee, in terms of reference, its essentially sole purpose was recognizing that we could not, through the levy, pay for this. I know that Mr. Hanrath identified, and I know it was even brought forward from then Councillor Sweet, talking about like vote 26 or vote 18 or something like this on individual line items within the federal budget. They allocate for specific projects. So I know that the garrison and the leadership of the garrison have been very much engaged in this process for over a decade now. And it's crucial. But the bottom line on CR51, which is of the expansion projects, is the one that we've been confronted with for the longest period. It is in no, I am not at this time saying that it is prioritized over any of the other on the list, but we've been talking about it the longest. But ultimately, we recognize the financial challenge of that, and we needed to find the outside resources for that. Ultimately, where I'm going with this is we've been down that road of development charges. We reject the development charges. But I want to submit that at the time the development charges as a county initiative were brought out, and there were two different streams that were presented to us from Watson and Associates. One would have been across the entirety of the county, 17 municipalities. The other one, they had identified kind of a Highway 17 sort of corridor, though I think that it probably should have stopped short of Councillor Grill's community, notwithstanding that it encompasses the highway there as well. But ultimately, some of the comments at that time were, well, we're not going to pay, my municipality shouldn't be paying for expansion projects in other municipalities. But you are. We all are. If it's coming through the levy, then we all are. And where I think that, certainly in my opinion, this is unsupportable. And I'll go back, I'll cite as the illustration the conversation that I had with Councillor Sweet. And I said, the dilemma for me in funding CR51 is I'm going to have 8 new homes built. Year in and year out, that's kind of what happens in Admas Road. I'm going to have 8 new homes built. I will allow that there are folks in Admas and Rumney, though perhaps, and Councillor Service actually identified this substantial investment that the government is making in housing, you may actually be pulling some of my residents away. But in any event, of those 8 houses, I would allow that, sure, one of them is going to impact CR51 in Petawawa. It's contributing to traffic. But I would counter that with Councillor Sweet by saying, however many homes you're going to have built, 75 homes, 100, I don't know what the typical year is in Petawawa, every one of those is going to impact County Road 51. So the challenge is finding that equitable way of funding these that is representative. I would suggest the same thing, Councillor Lynch. Of the 8, probably one of them is going to impact traffic in Arnprior. But all of the developments that are existing or going to be built in Arnprior are going to impact Arnprior. So it is not equitable if all of us, and I'm speaking as the mayor of Admas and Brumley, but it might as well be Councillor Schulist in Barry's Bay as well. Ultimately, that's the crux of where we need to get to. These projects need to be built. The barrier, the impediment that I think has been consistently in this room is figuring out how we're going to go about paying for them. So ultimately, and this is not fleshed out, ultimately, all of us, all of the lower tier municipalities need to be participating in the growth because there is still benefit to all of us for this, and there still needs to be a component that's going to come through the levy. But I think that we have to revive development charges within Arnprior, within Petawawa, and there are several other communities, you have recognized the need of having DCs for the local municipality portion of the growth. That's how you are recognizing growth. As I kind of cite the thing that makes the politically oriented, they do exist. I'm always astonished at that. To understand what we're talking about on this is we're a corporation, and all of the shareholders are the current ratepayers. Now there's a bunch of new ratepayers are coming in, and we're giving them shares with no investment. That's what DCs are, essentially. So I think that we cannot overcome this with external funding. Absolutely. There still needs to be grant monies made available. In the particular instance of Petawawa, the garrison itself is contributing a large part to this, and contributing a large part to the coffers, the treasury of the county. So there does need to continue to be a levy component that's going to be into this, but I can't see us getting that egg out without figuring out how we're going to pay for it and then just move ahead with these. And I think that the only way that it's going to be equitable, the levy has to be the thing wherein all of the municipalities are going to be contributing, but I think that the DCs have to be asymmetrical. That was one of the two streams that Watson and Associates presented, whenever that was. But I don't even think that that's going to, I don't think that that recognizes where the challenge are. Certainly within, and this is going to, I know, engage a debate in the room, but largely we're spending a lot of money to recognize the growth that has happened and is happening in Petawawa and Arnprior. And I dare say we've kind of missed the bus because we should have had DCs in place years ago, as Arnprior and Petawawa did. Our levy typically has funded simply the upkeep of the capital that we have in place. Now we're talking about $90 million of new capital. And when it's built, the county will be maintaining it, and the levy is going to do that. But the other component that we have done, which has made a very small first step towards this, growth, that is our weighted assessment growth, formerly was one of the mechanisms for funding the actual upkeep of current assets. We've now diverted that. So now it's left a gap on just funding our current assets. So I do not see a path forward without reviving and accepting and approving development charges, and at this point on an asymmetrical basis. But whatever the formula is that is going to continue to incorporate a levy that is going to recognize that as well, I don't see us getting over this barrier any other way.
Thank you. Any comments to that? Councillor Nicholson?
Well, thanks, Chair. I just don't, before I jump in, does staff want to speak to this slide first? And then...
Go ahead.
I don't want to repeat anything they may.
So through you, Chair, we jumped ahead slightly. So growth projects past and current and the way they're funded. So we had County Road 52 Raglan Street that we partnered with the town of Renfrew, on, where there was a cost share on the overall project. The county contributed to it so that the town could incorporate further infrastructure on it. We had County Road 2 Daniel Street, the intersection with Galvin Street and Edie Street, contributing to the town of Arnprior's project in order to realign the intersection to accommodate the growth on the two side streets as well. We had the County Road 37 Murphy Road urbanization project, whereby the county partnered with the town of Petawawa for the urbanization of our road from County Road 51 up to Doran Street. Currently, we have the County Road 51 Petawawa Boulevard intersection with County Road 26, Doran Road, and Mowens Avenue and Hilda Street, which we've gotten grant funding for, which is a 50% share with the federal government for funding the project. And ongoingly, we have County Road 51 Petawawa Boulevard intersection with County Road 55, Paquette Road, Menine Road, and the CFB entrance, whereby we're in ongoing discussions with the Garrison Petawawa for the potential funding of that project as well. So that gives somewhat of a history on the past and current growth type projects that would have in the past fallen on that list. And from there, a funding model that we've used thus far, in particular for the Doran roundabout, now that we have the growth reserve established as a contribution going forward, using those funds to complete environmental assessments and detailed designs to have those projects shovel ready whenever grant funding should come available, applying for grants, and other alternative funding opportunities such as partnerships with Garrison or other groups that may be interested in the expansion of county infrastructure, and then using that infrastructure expansion policy to identify the cost share whenever the projects actually do have funding approved to go ahead. And I'll pause there for further discussion on the funding models and potential for different mechanisms to incorporate into them.
Questions, Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. And this, the councillor, the member from Amherst Bromley brought up the idea of development charges, and this was the point where I was going to interject. So I agree fully with what he was saying, and I think that I don't think we can go forward with any kind of expansion or anything resembling 96 million over the next few years without having a conversation and or ensuring that some kind of revenue generation and likely development charges is part of the financing going forward. I can't see how we can make the math work. So I think, that was going to be, again, a conversation when it came to recommendations, so I'm glad it got brought up.
Thank you. CAO?
I guess let's get to a point for us. So we are of the understanding that we have a major employer in Petawawa, 8,000 people. They're adding 1,000 new units. I don't know what the net number is. Arguably, they won't be subject to development charges anyways because they're being built on federal land. I don't know the rules around that, but I'm supposing they don't. We get PILs, they pay residential rates, they don't pay industrial rate, in terms of the PIL, but they're a major employer. And whatever they do is going to impact the heck out of County Road 51. Whatever happens, and sorry, I'm just going to back up on what we factually know because it's been publicized. They're making changes to their entrance and their egress, obviously on and off base. They're adding 1,000 to 2,000 new employees and family members. If something doesn't happen on County Road 51, we're talking about a major bottleneck to the biggest employer in the County of Renfrew. So I guess while we can't afford it, based on how do we pay for that infrastructure other than hat in hand to the federal government? Because the province has already told us it's not our problem, it's the federal government's problem because they're inflicting this upon you. So I guess, do we contribute 10%? Is it 20%? Do we prioritize it as a major thing? Do we work with detailed design? How do we deal with a GM factory or a Toyota factory expanding in our towns, in our county, and how do we accept that? I understand there's growth in all the other municipalities. There's obviously Daniel Street because of residential growth and all these other things, but this is the biggest singular development expansion we've had in the County of Renfrew for 50 years. How do we handle it? And I guess that's where we're at.
Thank you for that, CEO, and I'm looking for Chair Doncaster to answer that one, but he's not online. So I'll go to Councillor Nicholson, please.
Yeah, I would talk about a challenge here, because when you look at the numbers in terms of what's our property tax draw, 67 million right now, we would have to substantially increase that to fund just the 3 projects on the list of whatever 30. So it's not sustainable. But we cannot take the approach that we do not support growth, because we are in fact just choking ourselves. So it's, we all around this room so far are agreeing we need to find a way to support growth. The current growth reserve is growing at 600,000 a year, which is great. So I think I'm getting the nod, 1.2, 600,000 to 1.2 million a year. So we only have to wait 10 more years before we have, a portion of what the first 3 projects specific to Petawawa would cost. So the growth reserve is a great thing to hang our hat on, but it doesn't achieve anything. Grant funding is not available. We can't get private investment in a road. I think the only option, and I'm excluding just taxing everybody, is that we need to look at some kind of share where we can, with the member municipalities, like Councillor Donahue had said, some portion that we think we can fit into the property tax element, and the other portion has to be funded through growth. And that growth may not be DC's, that growth may be a Vote 10 contribution from the federal government, but in recognition of the impact of their growth. I can't think of another way to do this. There's no easy way to cut it, and I don't know what that percentage share should be, but I know our end, like with all of the increases we've had, do we want to increase the budget by 10% for another 4 years? I don't think that's sustainable either. So I know I didn't contribute, but hopefully that solicits some discussion.
Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just kind of picking up on, I thought perhaps Councillor Nicholson might put this forward. I wonder if we could bring in perhaps Mr. Burke. So I'm not sure if this was in 24 or 23, but in addition to council having decided that weighted assessment growth tax levy would go into the growth fund, we were also required to levy $3 million directly for contribution to the growth fund. And I think that was approved, if you will, in our long-term financial plan, maybe in 2024, but I don't think we've yet met that target. I wonder if Mr. Burke can shed some light or some clarity on these rough Coles notes that I'm injecting.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Chair. So the $3 million increase was actually designed to attempt to fund our existing capital plan of like for like. So the only thing we had on the side to contribute to an expansion of that plan, excuse me, was the growth reserve amounts, which are tied to the underlying growth of assessment. In any given year, that's 1 to 2%, sometimes 3, so somewhere around 600 to 1.5 million, should we choose to contribute the full amount. 2026, we did not choose to do that. We took some of those savings. The other comment on development charges, I guess I would add, is that recent announcements from the provincial and federal government give us pause as to our ability to have development charges or the things that we can use to calculate development charges. I don't think it's a secret that the current premier is opposed to development charges and is pushing through regulation limiting their applicability. And so were we to look at development charges again now, as opposed to when we did 3 or 4 years ago, we might have a significantly different outcome as to what we can calculate on development charges and the amount we could actually collect from them. So our old study, the political landscape has changed, and I think the premier and the provincial government is pushing no development charges very strongly. They have said that there will be funding available in some capacity to offset the lack of development charges, but we don't yet know what that is.
If I could actually follow up, though, just very quickly on mine. So ultimately, at $600,000 a year, outside of any external funding agencies, in just 44 years, we would raise enough for the 1 to 5 year horizon.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may just respond to what Daniel just said. Yes, DC's bad, debt good, MSC's good. So that's the road that they want us to take, is debt. I'm not sure with the traffic calming and OCIF, et cetera, it's not going to be a drop in the bucket for some of these projects. Just to make it more doom and gloom this afternoon.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Emon had his hand up too, but maybe not. No? Okay, good. I'm going to have to excuse myself after this comment. I just have to hit a MECG meeting for a few minutes, and I'll try to get back as soon as possible. But I think the point, the principle is important to identify today. As the CAO said, we can't not do something. So can we define what we could afford? Is that 10% on the growth dollar figure over a period of years? Is that 10% on 93 million? Is it 9? Could we fund 9 million over the time horizon that we're forecasting at a property tax? Or is it 8%? Or is it 6%? And then we have to demonstrate to the provincial and federal government that this growth will not happen unless we either get DCs or injections of federal and provincial cash. And we put the list in front of them and say, this is not happening. The federal government, you're not going to have access to your facilities. CNL, hire as many people as you want. We can't get you there, right? But right now, we're not in a position to do that. Okay, and debt, last thing on debt, if we want to increase and borrow this $27 million for the first 5-year timeline, that payment, I would say we need to pull that out of our current budget. So in order to fund that, we would be cutting $5 million from our $67 million budget. Are we prepared to cut current services to provide support for that growth? These are the questions, and I know it's tough, but I'm going to throw the grenade and leave now. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Service, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. We did take a positive step a few years ago when we established our growth fund. I guess this question is for Mr. Burke. Have we maximized the contributions to that fund since it was established? And have we employed them on growth-related projects? Just to give me an idea, I can't remember how it happened.
Through you, Chair. So the current balance in the growth reserve, accounting for our 2026 contribution, is enough to fully pay for this year's expected work on the Petawawa roundabout and no further. So the answer would be no.
Just to follow up, thank you, Chair. So it is going to help in the future because everywhere across the county there is growth. So the growth fund will continue to grow and will pick up some of the slack here, but it's not feasible to look at that $93 million and think that we're going to do it all. So somehow there has to be a priority, and it has to be a partnership with the lower tier, the province, the federal government. And I'll use Murphy Road as an example. It wouldn't have gotten done unless there was a partnership. If there was no partnership, it wouldn't have passed the mustard here around the table. Same thing with the roundabout. If there was no provincial funding, it never would have gotten approved. So I think the way forward is to identify projects that have a distinct opportunity to receive money from, whether it's a provincial grant, the provincial government, federal grant, or from Vote 10 or some other federal program. And if we can identify certain projects where there may or could possibly be a significant contribution from another level of government, then we need to seize those opportunities.
Thank you, Chair. And it might be like choosing your favorite child, though, Gary. I think, though, that if all of these projects are shovel-ready, which I know that they are, I wouldn't expect anything less, then that does make it easier to go to the feds, to go to the province, to say, you know what, feds, this is actually your facility. You know, we need your help, and here's the project. I think we've been battling this ever since I've been sitting here. County Road 51, I probably know better than any other road in the county, Gary. And I think that as it's been said, it's only going to get worse. But there are other priority projects in this county, and they are not dependent on the federal government. So I think that we have to figure out a path forward. But again, DCs aren't that path. Thanks. Oh, and Gary, it's only 90 now. We took the 3 million off.
Any other comments? Councillor Emo.
Thank you. And so, you know, earlier on when we talked about the transit slide and we talked about 3A, 3B, and I suggested that this whole plan should be premised on exploring partnerships. Again, I think, you know, that's part of it is when the growth chart where it talks about the projects, you know, I think there should be another line that that identifies the potential partnerships, because that will certainly assist in making the decisions a little easier. But I think that growth list is going to, we're going to be hard pressed to complete it with alternate funding. I'm not sure the other two levels of government are going to be a consistent partner. So we're going to have to come up with our own internal revenue generation, whether it's a lottery or whatever it is. We have to come up with it.
At this point, we're taking a 10-minute break. Thank you. Thank you. We're back to the Special Operations Committee meeting. My apologies for the break. It was a personal matter. Over to Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you to committee. So from my understanding from the discussion so far, we need to come up with some sort of prioritization method for these growth projects for committee's consideration, as well as some sort of funding model going forward with projections and things like that. Staff can accommodate that for consideration. Is there any changes you want made to that next steps before we move on to our review and recommendations?
Open for comments. Seeing none.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So thus far, we have gone through this, oh, sorry.
My apologies. The growth, and again, that conversation, you know, we probably should have some considerations and conversations with the informal partners that build the communities well, like hospitals and schools. Because if they suddenly move a concentration into one area, it's going to affect, and I think of our, you know, the school complex that was put up in Petawawa about 14 years ago. 2014. Oh, God, it seems longer. Anyway, and just the impact it had on local traffic and that light and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, that may be a conversation to have.
Any other comments? Taylor? Recommendations?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So again, this is the same list from near the beginning of the presentation. These are all the recommendations from the TMP. At this point, I believe we have touched on everything on this list, and staff has a guideline on what to use going forward in drafting policies for the committee's consideration. On the screen now is a draft recommendation staff developed based on the way we thought today's conversation would go, and it is open for changes at this stage, but I will read it as we had it written. So the recommendation was that the Operations Committee direct staff to prepare updated or new drafts of the below for consideration by Operations Committee: PW01, Road Classification and Design; PW14, Pedestrian Crossings and Hiking Trail Crossings on County Roads; PW19, Road Rationalization; PW21, Entrance Policy and Design Guidelines; PW24, Community Safety Zones; a new policy for roadside safety audits, but I believe we did not want to move forward with that one, so I will take it off the list; a new policy for speed limits; a new policy for traffic calming; a new policy for intersection control; a new policy for traffic impact assessments, and updates to the active transportation strategy; and that the Operations Committee directs staff to update the list of infrastructure expansion projects in the Asset Management Plan and develop prioritization formula for consideration by Operations Committee.
May we have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Weir, Councillor Brose. Comments? Councillor Donahue?
So on some of these, and I'm only voicing where I was, and I didn't feel at the time that we had consensus, and I recognize that this is still talking about a draft. But the second from the top on the right-hand side, the speed limits policy, I was of the opinion that I thought that it was satisfactory as is. I don't know, perhaps there was an outlier in the room on that. I know that there were some concerns with that speed limits policy, but across all of these bullet points, I'm wondering, almost a la budget of like consensus thing, rather than getting into all kinds of amendments to amendments to amendments, if there might be a value in just kind of, I don't wish to, nor am I going to, everyone will be very pleased, do I wish to engage on any of the bullet points other than a straight up or down on these if there was consensus on them.
Fair. So we'll go one by one. Just a thumbs up will work, if that's satisfactory with the committee. We have a motion and a seconder. We're under discussion at this point. We've had a discussion point to confirm that these listings here we're satisfied with. except for 21. Yes. 21 was removed. The entrance,
No, we removed the audit one.
Remove the outside audit.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And the entrance requirement will bring back a draft. And then, and what Councillor Donahue was saying, can we take the speed limit policy?
Yeah, Chair, if we can just come to ground. So there is a motion on the table, obviously, right? I mean, I think what we're doing is suggesting, I think the council member was correct, Councillor from Madison Bromley was correct. There's a motion on the table, obviously, to, as written. I think we are talking about drafts that are going to come back, which will be reviewed at the time. The suggestion is this, I think your suggestion is, do you want to remove this list, or is it fine the way it is, right? I think that's where we're at right now.
Councillor Weir?
Thank you, and thank you through you, Chair. I'm quite happy to leave the list as it is, because these policies are going to come back in draft at some point to us, and I think that's when we can have the discussion, is when the policies come back, because they're taking our comments from today and using them when they're drafting these policies. So I think we can, when it comes back to us, we can go to those points. Just my thoughts.
But if I may, Chair, there's no point in staff drafting a policy if we've already decided that we don't want the policy in the policy.
Yeah, they took it out.
But they didn't take, it's still on that list. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Michael's idea is a bad one, if we just want to give a yay or nay for each bullet.
Yeah.
Because there's no point in sending staff off to write something that we're going to say, well, wait a minute, we already said we didn't want that.
And once we do the straw poll, then we can do the amendment to remove. Exactly. Okay?
Okay. Sorry, I just thought Mr. Hanrath had said at the beginning that he took out that point, the safety audit. So he didn't read it into the, okay. So that wasn't part of the motion. He took.
No, again, I think the clerk would agree. I think if we, presuming you might agree, the chair is that's a decent solution, right? To suggest if there's major, if there's not consensus, then you could vote to amend the motion to remove or keep it in or otherwise. Well, it's kept in, but you could remove it if by consensus. And if there's a 50-50 or in terms of yays or nays, then you vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Sayo. Okay, so the first one is PW01, thumbs up. PW14, thumbs up. I hope you can read these. It's on the screen. Sorry?
My apologies. When you said PW01, are you referring to?
Road classification and design.
Okay. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, so we've done that one. The PW14 pedestrian crossing and hiking trail crossings. PW19 road rationalization. Opposed? 3. PW21 enhanced policy and design guidelines.
Chair, if I might, I'm struggling a little bit because I'm trying to follow along, and we struggled. I know I struggled with some of the considerations, and so are we offering our blessing based on the considerations that were talked about, or some of the considerations that were removed? So are we basing our yay or nay right now on the slide that was presented on each of these topics?
As I understand the motion, sorry, Taylor, as I understand the motion is that the motion is to bring back a draft, right? If everybody says no, then there'd be no draft coming back at all. We won't consider it any further, right? So if you vote nay, is basically you're giving permission to or direction to staff to bring that back. Then at that time, I see a mixed motions about PW19. Then you can debate PW19 in the whatever points you want to make or change within that now is not the time to debate the actual policy, is debate whether staff is directed to come back with a policy for debate.
But using our comments.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Some of the comments have been, will be incorporated, and I'm sure there will be more comments by the time the policy comes back.
so to recap, the presentation from Taylor today touched on every one of these suggestions or recommendations. You all had an opportunity to say input on all these things, and now we're saying, gathering all that information, if you approve, they'll come back with a policy. If you say no, they're not going to waste some time. So we're on to PW 21. Sorry? Oh, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you. Just for like super clarity. So ultimately on that most recent one, there were 3 of us who were not in favor. So it is going to be updated in a new draft. But ultimately, if consensus is that we are satisfied with the current draft, that one is going to go unedited into the draft final. And only those ones that consensus is to review a new draft will be presented at our next meeting, correct?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
So I understand it, that all of these, even those that are okay, well, all of these will come back, and they may be little updates, there may be some updates. Every one of these on the list will come back for discussion, debate, or otherwise, because there may be some updates in minor, because there were comments about every one of these to be considered. So all of these will come back.
And the other thing, they're not all going to come back at once. So there is a timeline. Okay, to clear that one up, any other questions, Councillor Donahue? We're good?
I thank you for deferring to me, but you know, there were other people in here asking questions too.
You're one of the 3 nays.
I think that's kind of pejorative, Mr. And I call a point of order, I think, on you.
So we're on PW 24 community safety zones, thumbs up. The PW speed limit policy. The PW traffic calming policy. Is that something wrong there? The PW intersection control policy. PW traffic impact assessments policy. And the active transportation strategy. So there was none removed. There's no requirement for an amendment. We'll take the vote. Those in favor of the recommendation? Those opposed? Seeing none? Carried.
Just for clarity, so
Is there-
Mr. Hanrath did identify, Mr. Chair, that he had removed, but this slide does have the roadside safety audits policy in it, but we are de facto, it has been removed in the resolution that we just adopted.
Yes.
He didn't, okay, thank you.
Sorry, to be clear, and I was not on microphone, I'm sorry. He did not read that into record as part of the recommendation. It was struck from the reading of that into the recommendation.
I removed it based on our discussion.
Thank you.
All right. That's done. We're moving on to the next one, which is ask if there's any new business. And we have Director Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So after 7 years and 7 months as Director of Public Works and Engineering with the County of Renfrew and a total of 30 years plus in the municipal world, I'm going to retire on Friday, July 3rd, 2026. So I just wanted to say it's been an absolute honor to serve this county and to work alongside such dedicated professionals, and I'm proud of everything that this team has done. It's amazing, and you as a council as well. And I'm just grateful for the trust and support that everyone's ever given me, so thank you very much.
I was Lee's first and I'm going to be his last.
And any other new business? In the town of Arnprior, the Algonquin Trail, if you're going towards Pakenham, you can't get off the trail once you cross the bridge. They're still doing water the new water line, so you can't get to PJs or gas or accommodations, just to give you the heads up on that one. And having said that, we'll do a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, 27 of May at 2026, at a time to be determined. Moved, please. Councillor Service, Councillor Weir. All those in favor? Opposed is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Tina.